Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning into the program. Thank you for tuning into Diederik's Beach Bar here on YouTube or your favorite podcast app or Spotify or wherever you listen. We're all over the place. Today we continue our Dinosaur Rock Guitar series with part 2 of our coverage of Jimmy Page. In this episode we will cover the entire discography of Led Zeppelin and all the albums Mr. Page recorded after that. And if you're not familiar with the Dinosaur Rock Guitar episodes, be sure to check out the previous episode where we go in depth about the life of Jimmy Page and his guitar gear and his playing technique, more focus on the person instead of the music. And this one's going to be all about the music. We also covered other legends like Tony Iommi, best known from Black Sabbath, and Ritchie Blackmore, best known from Deep Purple and Rainbow. So I left links in the description to those episodes, so if you're a fan of those gentlemen, we got some more programming for you. Also, be sure to subscribe to the channel so you never miss a future episode. We will make more of these, and give this video a like. It really helps to put the word out there. It basically tells YouTube that you like this video, and other people who are fans of Jimmy Page will get this video suggested to them, so they'll get to enjoy it too. So please do that. It takes 1 second and it really helps us out. This is quite a long episode because there's just so much to cover. And the best way to listen to this episode is to open up another tab in your browser or have Spotify open in the background so you can listen to the songs we talk about. Unfortunately, due to copyright rules, especially on YouTube, I can't embed the audio directly in the episode because eventually it gets taken down or it gets blocked in some countries, which is a big inconvenience for everybody. That happened to some of the previous episodes we did, and I had to make some edits afterwards, and to avoid that we just did away with the music in the episode altogether, which is a shame, but please blame YouTube for that and the copyright rules they got going. So this episode is done in collaboration with Dave from Dinosaur Rock Guitar. You gotta visit his website, dinosaurrockguitar.com, because there are profiles of legendary guitar players like Jimmy Page and many others on there. If you're a fan of heavy rock guitar, that's a great library of information, and it's a lot of fun to read about your favorite artists on there. Also be sure to check out my personal website, diederik.blog. That's the same name as this YouTube channel and this podcast. There's more show notes and information about the episodes and other stuff. I write some blogs in there too, so you might find some interesting things there. We don't really have a sponsor for the show, so I'll use this opportunity to mention that I'm also a photographer, and you can very soon find fine art landscape prints in ultra high quality on my photography website at jdh-photography.com. And that's all there is to it. I hope you enjoyed the show. It's been quite a monster to put together. For every 10 minutes of audio, there's about 45 minutes to an hour of work put in, so you can do the math in that. We recorded this quite a while back, and it took me a long time to put together, so I really hope you enjoy this. It's been truly a labor of love, and yeah, there's not much else to say. Jimmy Page, we talked about him for 5 hours in this episode alone, so if you're a big fan, you're in for a treat. Enjoy, everybody.
The discography of Jimmy Page. We did talk a bit about the studio days and stuff, and that's sort of interesting to look at. If you're interested, go look up all the sessions he did, and the stories are surrounding those things. Prior to being in Led Zeppelin, the first real his first foray into rock albums that he was really, a part of as the creator would be the Yardbirds' Little Games. And we talked about this a little bit. And I don't spend a lot of time on this album because I don't think it's a particularly wonderful album. And I think Jimmy Page himself has said that this album was produced by Mickey Most. He was brought in to do the production on this thing. Mickey Most didn't care a thing about albums. He was only interested in singles. They had conflicts about what kinds of music they should be doing, and the band basically had to play along with what Mickey Most wanted on this album, and Jimmy Page claims it was rushed and all of that. And so you have an album that's kind of schizophrenic with some tracks that he, says did sound like the Yardbirds, and a bunch of stuff that he doesn't really endorse at all, that were just like these pop numbers that they were sort of coaxed into doing at that time. So, I mean, it's an interesting slice of history. If you're a Page fanatic, you can go listen to it, and you can glean some things out of it and see where some things that manifest themselves later may have popped up later in Zeppelin had some of their birth on this album and this period when Jimmy was in the Yardbirds, for example. The Yardbirds used to live do a song called I'm Confused, which by the time it got to Zeppelin became Dazed and Confused and things like that. But, I mean, this is not, by even Page's judgment, a good representation of what the Yardbirds were really about at that time. Even though there's a few tracks. But, that didn't stop him from reissuing it, and, he hasn't disowned it or anything like that. But it's not worth a song-by-song dive, in my opinion. I listened to it once a long time ago. I wasn't that impressed with it. I listened to it again when it came out as a reissue, and just to see if I liked it any better. And it's still just not a particularly inspiring album, in my opinion. Your mileage may vary, but this is not really worth a deep dive on, in my opinion.
Very different sound to everything Zeppelin did too.
Right, and it was also very different from even, like I said earlier, the Yardbirds with Jeff Beck era, which was very good and very interesting and very, very influential in a lot of ways, that period of the Yardbirds. And it certainly was the real start of Jeff Beck's career, and gave him that stature as one of the hot young players of that time. But Little Games is not in that league, in my opinion.
Okay.
So we did tell the story of how they put together Zeppelin I, and we want to go through the tracks. We did speak about the fact that the first thing you hear on Led Zeppelin I is the song Good Times, Bad Times, which to me it's a great opening track, but it's really, that track's about Bonham and his kick drum work, and all of the other hallmarks of Zeppelin are on there. But it's a really, this is the first thing anybody hears from Led Zeppelin, right? It's an incredible sort of punch to the face, if you will, of like, oh, this is what rock's going to sound like now, with this kind of massive drumming and these heavy riffs and this wailing singer and everything. And it's funny, they didn't play it a lot live. I know they brought it back for the Celebration Day, but they didn't. There's not a lot of Good Times, Bad Times live versions out there. Maybe there were early on when they were touring the album, but it was not one of those tracks that stuck like some of the others on this album, in terms of did not stay in their live set. And then you go on to You Shook Me, which is like we've said, a 1/4/5 blues.
Oh, first we got Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. All
right, so Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You is a reworking of the Joan Baez song Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. They worked this out when Robert Plant was first hanging out with Jimmy Page at Pangborn. They started working this one out, and it's a very explosive acoustic guitar sort of sonic that he gets, and he borrowed a Gibson J200 to get that sound, which gives it a beefier sound on the acoustic than what he was getting out of his harmony, acoustic. And
even though it's an acoustic song, it sounds really heavy, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think when he comes in with that, I think that, you know, there is electric guitar there backing that up too. But I mean, it's mostly you think of it more as an acoustic number because the acoustic's carrying it for most of the song.
Yeah,
and it's funny by the time they get to Zeppelin III and everybody is sort of like curious about why so much of Zeppelin III had acoustic numbers on it. Jimmy was very quick to point out, hey, you know, there's a lot of this album that had acoustic numbers on it too.
Right.
And so it wasn't like they were sort of taken aback when I think everyone after Led Zeppelin II was expecting the next album to be a continuation of Led Zeppelin II, and we'll talk about that later. But there are reasons why Led Zeppelin III became what it was, and it's subsequently become a classic. But I mean, in its time, it was, you know, people were expecting just more Whole Lotta Love, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
And yeah, and then you get, you know, again, back to the electric blues thing with You Shook Me. And I guess the most notable thing to say about You Shook Me is that at the same time this was out, within a few months of each other, Jeff Beck's first solo album, Truth, with the Jeff Beck Group and the Rod Stewart and Ronnie Wood, and those guys put out this album called Truth, which in some ways was similar to Led Zeppelin I in a general approach, because the guys were very much in parallel at this point in terms of like what kind of music they were trying to pursue at that point. This is long before Jeff Beck thought about doing instrumental guitar music. He was still trying to be in a big bluesy rock band too. And a lot of people, Truth came out first, I think, and a lot of people thought it was a great album. And then Led Zeppelin I comes along, and sonically, Zeppelin is, again, we talked about this with the production, it's just a better sounding album. It's just a more modern sounding album. The drums on Truth don't sound like the drums on Led Zeppelin I. And
yeah.
Jeff Beck was really taken aback and dismayed when he heard that both of them had covered You Shook Me on the album. And he was quite annoyed with Jimmy Page at that moment in time.
Well, the drums on Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You, when the hammering chorus comes along, those drums just sound so big and so massive and loud and impressive.
Yeah, and you know, there are some people out there who claim that the Jeff Beck Group should have been as big as Led Zeppelin, but you know, for whatever reasons, it was never going to be as big as Led Zeppelin because Jeff Beck wasn't the writer that Jimmy Page was. He just didn't have the songs. I mean, a lot of why Jeff ended up going in the career direction that he went in is because for all the greatness of his playing, he's not much of a writer. Certainly not compared to a Jimmy Page, whose greatest strength was probably his writing. And from there, from You Shook Me, we go into Dazed and Confused, where, you know, there's a lot to be said about Dazed and Confused. This is one of the tracks that became a staple that was with them in their live set forever. This became a big tour de force, and even on this album, it's 6 minutes and 28 seconds long, which was kind of a lot in those days. And this is where we first hear, even, you know, in a smaller way than it was live, here's where we hear the violin stuff, the violin bow stuff in the middle of this song that was kind of weird and experimental for its time. You know, the song is grooving along with this riff, this descending line riff, which is really nasty and really heavy. And then it goes into this part where Jimmy Page breaks out the violin bow and starts making weird noises on the guitar. And then, of course, at the end, they come back in and it's up-tempo and they do a very fast, frantic, very Yardbirds-like outro of this song where Jimmy rips an amazing solo. And
fantastic vocals too on this track.
Absolutely. And then they come back and they hammer that riff home again, and it's just an epic track, and it became one of their all-time classics, and remained one of their all-time classics throughout the history of the band. So then we get into Your Time Is Gonna Come, which starts off with an organ intro, and this is a John Paul Jonesy kind of track in that respect. Sort of folky, but with an organ kind of almost churchy feel to it.
I never really liked that one that much, to be honest.
I don't dislike it, but I don't think it's a standout track here. I mean, in that, like, this is a fairly classic album across the board, but if you were going to, rank these songs, it would not be, among the top ones, in my opinion, either, in terms of, everything on this album is good, but
yeah,
this isn't the best track on this album. It's an album cut, really. And then Black Mountainside. So this is the one that Jimmy pretty much ripped off completely from Bert Jansch. A traditional Irish folk song called Down by the Black Waterside. But the arrangement that Jimmy's playing is pretty much ripped off completely from Bert Jansch's version of the song. And of course, not credited to Bert Jansch. So there we go again. For years, I mean, I didn't know that for years when I was growing up until I actually started listening to Bert Jansch, and I just heard that song come up on one of his albums, and I just went, oh no. Oh no, really? And, it's not that Jimmy didn't claim he loved Bert Jansch, he did, but I mean, it's just like, again, credit it. Just credit it.
Did it also turn into a court case? Or?
Yes, it did. But again, I think this one was also played on the borrowed J200 that he borrowed for the album. And this was another one that was in Dad Gad tuning that he also used for White Summer.
The AGAD, right?
Yeah.
Now we got Communication Breakdown.
Yeah,
it's all
and
the same.
Like we were saying a little earlier on this one, we did talk about Zeppelin I a little bit, but I mean, this song launched a million punk bands too. So this is a very high energy, punky tune that rocks very hard, and they did do this one live a bunch in the early years. And occasionally they would break it out later. And then they went back to another 145 blues called I Can't Quit You Baby. And it's funny, it's good. It's a good song. You can hear some sort of mistakes they left in places where they're not all coming back in at the same moment after the break. And there's a much better sounding version of this from a later sound check that just sounds bigger and more immense, and John Bonham sounds way better on it, and Jimmy was much looser, and I think that one's on. I think they put that on Coda, but there's this other version of that song kicking around that's way heavier sounding. And then How Many More Times is the closer, which is kind of like a similar idea to Dazed and Confused.
You're right, by the way. It's on Coda. It was live recorded 1970 at the Royal Albert Hall during a sound rehearsal.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And I think you even hear it on in the box set or something, or the version that's very similar like it. And I think the reason it sounds so much better is that John Bonham's drums in Royal Albert Hall in that performance just sounded tremendous. But How Many More Times is another one of those long tunes. This one's 8 minutes and 29 seconds, and it closes out the album. And it's similar to Dazed and Confused in that it's a long, adventurous track with a violin on guitar solo again in the break. And it, towards the end, it goes into some other pieces of classic blues songs like Killin' Floor and Albert King's The Hunter. Robert Plant's quoting all these things. And these were some of the reasons they did get in trouble. I don't think they did on this track because the music is not really what's been lifted from somebody else. But Robert Plant would just start singing old blues vocals. And, when you do that, the lyrics are one of the things that are copyrighted. So I don't know if he got in trouble on this track, but they did have some issues with Willie Dixon, and they ended up paying up later. But as debut albums go, this is, you know, a very strong debut album, one of rock's stronger debut albums.
Lots of blues stuff. It's like blues rock all the way.
Yeah,
or almost all the way.
Well, yeah. And it's other than the folky stuff, it's very heavily blues based. And you know, this is what was in at the time, and they were finding their direction from bluesy structures to always keeping a foot in that door, but like more rock structures as well. Dazed and Confused is chromatic more than straight bluesy, and it's certainly not a 1-4-5 or anything like that. And How Many More Times it has a blues turnaround. They're starting to find their footing here, but it's a very diverse album, really, when you think about it. It does have these epic rocking tracks. It has fast, furious, quick tracks like Communication Breakdown is only 2:29. And then you have his acoustic stuff where he's, you know, lifting it or not. That was... Nobody knew Burt Jansch in popular culture at that moment in time, so everyone assumed this was just Jimmy Page being brilliant on guitar. And it was in that respect, but it just wasn't his composition. So he got credit for that and being a very diverse player with this band that's put out some, very diverse debut album. And it was very strong.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. And you're starting to hear Jimmy Page's lead style start to come into fruition with the kinds of things that he became known for as his licks and things like that. They start here and they continue on to the second album, pretty much defining themselves for good on the second album.
Yeah, the second album, that's one of the big ones.
Yeah. And Led Zeppelin II, we're definitely talking about a game-changing album here for not only for the band, but just in general for rock music. It's just one of those benchmark albums that everybody points to in this kind of genre of music, in hard rock and heavy metal, the way that Machine Head and things like Paranoid are from Iommi and Blackmore. And this is that kind of album. And it takes what was beginning on the first album, and I think it makes it tighter and more concise. And this album is a little bit more focused, and it's a little less diverse than Led Zeppelin I, and less diverse than Led Zeppelin III that came after it. So you start off with Whole Lotta Love, and this becomes their signature track, and remains their signature track until you get things like Stairway to Heaven and Kashmir later. And even once you have those tracks later, Whole Lotta Love becomes still the signature track that they would typically close a show with for a long time. And this is another one of those, landmark moments in guitar, and a landmark moment in production, and all of the stuff that's going on this track that isn't the actual composition, but is just studio stuff. The backwards echo we talked about, all the sonic swirls and things. When you first hear this thing on headphones, it's a landmark moment in panning. It's just in terms of where you're panning the music from one side to the other and going back and forth with specific elements and panning and things like that. So
such a way to open an album with that riff, and then Robert Plant coming in with those incredible vocals, and then in the middle of it you get this psychedelic crazy happening.
Yeah, I mean it's like this psychedelic orgasm thing going on in the middle of it. And this is, if you didn't believe it yet in Dazed and Confused, this is the beginning of cock rock. Right here. This is it. This is songs about sex, amplified to much bigger levels than the early bluesmen would do plenty of songs about sex, right? But this is where you get it amped up, still a bit of psychedelia, as you say, but it's heavy. It's heavy as hell. The riff is relentless. It's one of Jimmy's best riffs. It's one of his simplest riffs. And by the way, some of your best riffs are usually your simplest riffs. It just works. It became, much to their surprise, they snuck a radio edit out on the band, which was not something that Jimmy Page was ever going to let happen. But there was a radio edit of this thing where they cut it down, and I think they chopped out a good part of the middle of it.
Yeah, they basically cut out the whole psychedelic break. And it goes right into the drum.
Yeah. Yeah. And Jimmy had a shit fit. And that was the last time he ever let them get away with anything again. Though they tried. He was adamant they were not going to be a singles band that chased singles. However, I think, what was it, Top of the Pops, I guess, or something like that. They used A Whole Lot of Love as their theme song for ages. One of the British shows that played the hits, they would use this song as their theme song for a while. But I mean, then you have, obviously, after this swirling guitar section and where Robert Plant's having this psychedelic orgasm moment, as you say, it comes back with this immense break and this drum break and this ripping guitar solo, and Jimmy's using a cocked wah, so it sounds particularly piercing. With this tone that comes in, that is nothing. It's not like the rhythm tone. And when I say, and for people who don't know, you take a wah-wah pedal and somewhere in the middle there you find this frequency of where the note becomes very nasal and very piercing, and it's a really cool effect to use it for a guitar solo. And
it's a mean sound.
Yeah, Michael Schenker is known for this sound, and so is Kirk Hammett, by the way. Using the sound of what they call a cocked wah pedal, and you hear it here, and then you hear this bump, bump, and then phrase one, bump, bump, and yeah, and this sort of call and response structure between the rhythm section and what Jimmy's playing, it's just immensely powerful and really so ballsy. And then of course the drums come back in with a slow snare roll and come crashing in, and they do the outro, and then they'd stop it again at the end, and you have Robert Plant doing his moment where way down inside, woman you need, and then he hits the long high note, and he goes up to it and he sings up to this crescendo, and they just sort of riff out towards the end. It's, like I said, this track is a landmark moment in heavy rock. It's a landmark moment in production. It's a landmark moment in what you can do on a guitar. It's just a really big milestone for Led Zeppelin on a track on an album that is a classic that has a shitload of good stuff. This is still I think the first track that most people think of when they think of Led Zeppelin II. This is the first thing I always think of, even though I know the whole thing very intimately.
Do you think they knew that they were having something very special when they're working on this?
I think they thought once they got the the weird stuff done in the studio, I think they realized that it was taking on a stature that was really cool. If you take out that middle section, with, like I said, I'm calling it the psychedelic orgasm section. If you take that out, it would still probably be strong, but it wouldn't be so epically memorable in the way that it was. Because again, there wasn't anything else like this song coming out at that time.
Well, not everyone gets that part, though.
I understand, and you can make a small case that Zeppelin were somewhat progressive. They're not prog rock, but I mean they had progressive ideas, and they certainly had and Jimmy certainly had progressive ideas in the studio. And this is a continuation of things like the Beatles using the studio as an instrument, right? For the people who always thought that George Martin was in effect the fifth Beatle because he was the guy who made the studio so much a part of what the Beatles achieved in their sonics and in their songs. You can say the same thing here, is that, Jimmy Page is using the studio here as another instrument. This takes it from being more than just a four-piece band. There's something more going on here. So second song is What Is and What Should Never Be, which we talked about this a little earlier too when we were talking about his slide style and things like that. This is if you will, a laid back Led Zeppelin rock track that is not an acoustic track really, but it's got a completely different mood than the normal bombastic mood. This is sort of it doesn't mean it doesn't have its moments of bombast, but it's a quieter song in its intro and its build up to the chorus. And then the chorus, when the chorus hits, it's pretty loud and bombastic, but then it comes back down. So we're working with dynamics here that are, pretty dramatic and, from one extreme to another, if you will, from a very quiet intro part to Robert Plant pushing pretty hard in the choruses. The cool thing on this is some of Jimmy's slide playing in the solo. It's just so understated, but so full of attitude and so full of mood. He starts off, again, this is a very quiet sort of mood compared to ripping like you heard on Whole Lot of Love. And it's a slide guitar solo where at the beginning he's just playing this melody.
With a lot of echo too. Yeah,
there's plenty of echo on the thing. And it's a single note, for the most part, melody he's playing on slide. And then when the chord change comes, he kind of goes into these Elmore James-like slides, which are a little bit louder. And then at the end, he goes back to a melodic phrase. And then on the last note, he just slides the thing all the way down the neck. And he takes so much time and lays back, and nothing is rushed. Everything is really, really laid back in a really cool way. We talk about playing behind the beat and things like that. This solo is just masterful in its attitude and composition and rhythmic feel. And that last note, he just slides it out and lets the echo do the heavy lifting at the tail end of it. It's a really cool track. Then we go straight back to Cock Rock, the Lemon Song, another landmark Cock Rock album moment.
And there's also this back and forth between Robert Plant and the guitar at one point.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is sort of call and response. And here we have Robert Plant basically, again, I think he's referencing Albert King's Killing Floor in the vocals.
Yeah.
So, but beyond that, it's this music is very much of Jimmy Page, very much of John Bonham. And by the way, an unsung hero on this track, we'll talk about it as we get into it later, is John Paul Jones's bass work when in the mid section when it's quiet, and in John Paul Jones is just playing this amazing walking bass, keeping the whole track moving. But I mean, this is a great Jimmy Page riff. This is a blues structure. Clearly, it's it has its roots in 1-4-5, and it's a blues structure. And Robert Plant is singing the shit out of this one, and we're getting into the lemon squeezing area at this point. And Robert was well known to be wearing very tight pants on stage so that you could see his lemon. And this is an epically good song. It's long. It's got it all. This is a underrated, if you will, Led Zeppelin track, in my opinion. I always loved this one. And we have this slow, draggy riff, and then a turnaround that sort of ups the tempo for a while, and then it drops down, and they have a midsection, kind of like a breakdown. And it's Robert Plant bellowing out these lyrics while John Paul Jones is playing really great bass underneath. And some really good solos by Jimmy Page, and of course Bonham is excellent throughout. But this is a big bombastic cock rock moment.
This was also one of those songs they really dragged out during concerts, right?
They didn't play this one as much as I would have thought they would have. I don't know why that is, but I don't recall hearing a ton of live versions of this on bootlegs or on official releases. I'm not saying they never did, because I can't tell you if they ever did or didn't. But it wasn't one of the staples of their live set, like Dazed and Confused was, like Whole Lotta Love was. It was never one of the ones that stayed in from tour to tour.
All right.
They may have played, like I said. I think, on the tour of whatever album they were touring, they were likely to play some of these tracks. But I think, at a certain point, they had so much material, stuff had to just be, prioritized. And maybe they didn't prioritize this one. And then we move on to Thank You, which is a lovely track. So this is, if you will, a ballad. It's not a rocker. It's a tribute to Robert Plant's wife at the time, and it's a more gentle, tender song. Yes, John Bonham kicks in with a great beat and all of that, but you can tell even with Bonham, he's holding back. He's not bashing here. He's being an accompanist here. He's treating the song with the respect of what it's trying to be, rather than pushing it beyond that and trying to make it into something bombastic. This isn't that. This is a ballad, and this they would do from time to time, and they would bring this back over the years, and they would bring this back in the Page Plant years, and I know Robert Plant would sometimes do this song in concert when he was a solo act. So I think it's still very important to Robert. It's another classic Zeppelin track, but with a different flavor.
Then we get Heartbreaker, which is a very hard-hitting song.
Yeah, everybody's full out on this one, and we talked about this being a landmark Guitar Hero moment because in the middle of this song, again, we have, before you get to the middle of the song, you have a great riff.
Yeah.
Right? And again, this is, its roots are in another bluesy structure, but it's much more of a rocker, and they would stretch this one out live a little bit too, and Jimmy would take the solo. So in the middle of the song, it reaches a crescendo and it stops. And Jimmy Page takes a freestyle guitar solo in the middle of this song. And, think about just like, where does that come from? It's not like a self-contained thing like when Eddie did Eruption. It's in the middle of a song, and there's no accompaniment. He just goes off and takes this thing. And then the band comes back in for the rest of the song, and he plays a second guitar solo, which in my opinion has always even been a tastier solo than the first one. But a lot of this is about Robert Plant too, and he's just wonderful on this stuff, really selling it. And the quality of his voice is very pushed to its limits and believable. He's selling it, if you will.
Sounds like a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
And then the next track is Livin' Lovin' Maid. She's just a woman.
Yeah, and if there's any track on this album that I would consider filler, this would be it. It's still a really good song, but it's just surrounded by much better songs, in my opinion. This is sort of like, it couldn't have taken them very long to write this one. It's a nice riff, and it's one of those things that when you're first starting out as a player on guitar or bass, one of the first Zeppelin songs a lot of people learn is this one, because it's got one of those accessible riffs that's fun to play and not particularly challenging to play. But it's a good song, and much like Communication Breakdown, it's much more of that up-tempo. This one's not quite as punky as Communication Breakdown, but it's an up-tempo 2 minutes 39 seconds as opposed to 6 minutes and 20 of the Lemon song.
It sounds more like a pop song than a hard rock song compared to.
It is. I mean, you could almost say this would, if they had wanted a single, this might have been a contender. Back in the days when you wanted your single to be under 3 minutes long. But I mean, they had this song. It's, like I said, it's not a bad song. It's just not quite as good as the rest of this stuff, I think. And then we get Ramble On, which again is another classic.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, and
I love this one.
This is another one of those ones where Jimmy's blending acoustic guitar with electric guitar really, really well. And he's creating this dynamic contrast between the acoustic sound and the electric sound, and the quiet part and the heavy part, and the light and shade, the lead and the Zeppelin. So this one did remain a live track for a long time. They would do this one live, and this is just another one of those tracks that everybody knows from Zeppelin. It's just...
Lyrics were influenced by The Lord of the Rings by J.J.R. Tolkien, by the way.
Right.
They're mentioning the dark land of Mordor, Gollum, and the Evil One.
Right. He's definitely... He had just read Lord of the Rings, and it was big thing.
There's also the violin-like sound there by using a neck pickup on his Les Paul and with the
he does the guitar solo. He's harmonizing with himself. So the rhythm starts out, and I think it's Bonzo's playing some sort of acoustic drum, like a conga or something, with his hands. And later on he kicks into the kick when the song gets bigger and bombastic. But again, this is like quiet, loud, and in the quiet parts he's playing this part. He's not using sticks. It sounds like he's playing with his hands. And the guitar solo is an interesting melodic idea where Jimmy's playing a melody that he harmonizes with himself over two guitars, and it creates a nice effect. Ramble On's great.
And then we got Moby Dick, and I really like that one.
It's funny. I'm not a big fan of drum solos personally, and putting them on a studio album, that's sort of a ballsy move. But when you have John Bonham, there's that.
I love drum solos.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people do. It's just never been my thing. But the riff in Moby Dick, the guitar riff, is really cool. It's in drop D. We talked a little bit about that, and it's really just to set up. You go around once or twice, just to set up this drum solo in the middle of the thing for John Bonham to do a very abbreviated version of what he would do live. But you do get to hear
20 minutes, right?
Yeah, and here it's shrunk down to 4 minutes and 21 seconds, and he has to just give you a piece of this and a piece of that. But you do hear him do the thing where he's playing with his hands, and instead of playing with drumsticks, there's a part of that there. And then you hear him doing some of the snare drum effects things where he would push in on the drum head and make the thing sort of change pitch and stuff. Lots of interesting stuff there. It's John Bonham. He's a legend, god, probably the greatest drummer ever lived in rock anyway. And then they come back and they finish it off with the riff. And it's just, like I said, it's sort of a signature piece for what they would do to set up John Bonham for his solo live.
I think it's so cool when they come back in after John Bonham does his thing. I just love that.
To me, the coolest thing about Moby Dick, much as I love John Bonham's playing, is that guitar riff. It's a nasty riff. I mean, it's a shame that it's only being used to set him up for a drum solo in some respects. I always thought that riff had more potential than just to be an instrumental lead into a drum solo. But
there's also some cool guitar stuff going on there.
Yeah, he does his little fills. They give him basically 4 little spaces to do some quick licks. It's a quick thing. It's you can't imagine that they spent much time developing that. That's one of those things where I think that probably came together fairly fast. And then the album closes with Bring It On Home, which to me has always been sort of an underrated track. In my mind, I love this track. Again, we have an underlying blues structure in the guitar arrangement, but it's a really interesting guitar arrangement. And there's a riff that starts it off, and they started off very quiet and slow, like a very old blues number with Robert Plant singing like an old blues man through some sort of filter on his voice, and he's using an affected voice that isn't like his normal singing voice. He's mimicking like the sound, the way an old blues man might sing, rather than the way Robert Plant typically sings on something like Lemon Song. And then it gets into this thing where you get this great guitar riff, and then it goes into this much faster, heavier, bluesy is this a shuffle, really? I don't know. Not really a shuffle, but it's an interesting guitar figure that Jimmy's playing in the riffs here, and it's very effective. And then, of course, at the end, they bring it back down to the way it sort of started, and they let it finish the way it started with a, like this, it's back to this old blues kind of style of just, I don't know what you would call it.
Like Delta blues, old blues, like
yeah, like sort of like this Delta blues feel, this old blues style, with a rock blues in the middle,
right?
And a great guitar riff that isn't a typical blues riff.
It's another Willie Dixon song.
Yeah, and here's a perfect example of like how Robert Plant would get them into trouble, because if you take away the beginning and the end of this song and you just listen to the midsection where it's Jimmy Page going da 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 da, and the way he is playing under the verse riff, that has nothing to do with the Willie Dixon version of this song. And musically, you would say, okay, if you'd never heard Robert Plant sing Willie Dixon lyrics over this, they would have probably not run afoul of anything legal. And this was always the problem when they got into trouble, where, like, Jimmy would write parts that are Jimmy's parts. They're not Willie Dixon's parts. And because the lyrics are being used, there are Willie Dixon lyrics, then you have a problem. But it's a great song, a great way to finish the album. And Led Zeppelin II really upped the game for them. And by the way, they made this album here and there on the road. As they went out to slog the first album and tour the first album, they would take a few days off and run into Olympic or run in somewhere else, some other studio, and they'd cut a track. And they every track was, a couple of tracks were recorded here, a couple of tracks were recorded there. It was really make this album in our spare moments while we're on tour.
Yeah, they recorded in two different. They recorded in Olympic and Morgan Studios in London, England.
Mm-hmm.
A&M Quantum, Sunset, Mirror Sound, Mystic Studios, Los Angeles.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't some of it in LA? Yeah.
Yeah, Ardent Studios in Memphis, Tennessee, A&R. Like I think they used like 10 different studios or something.
Yeah, and the fact that it sounds cohesive is amazing, because in those days, you went to a different studio, you got a different sound.
Yeah.
Even if you're bringing your same gear in and stuff like that, and especially a band that was like Zeppelin, where they were trying to capture the sound of the live room. Every studio's live room sounds different.
Yeah.
So it's amazing that this from song to song, it sounds as cohesive. If you didn't know that, you wouldn't have guessed that this wasn't made all in one place in one session, right? It doesn't sound like it's sonically jumping all over the place.
Production was entirely credited to Jimmy Page, with Eddie Kramer engineering. He later said the famous Whole Lotta Love mix, where everything is going bananas, is a combination of Jimmy and myself just flying around on a small console, twiddling every knob known to man. Kramer later gave credit to Page for the sound that was achieved despite the inconsistent conditions in which it was recorded. Yeah.
Yeah.
They recorded some of the tracks in the most bizarre studios you can imagine, but in the end it sounded bloody marvelous, mate.
Yeah.
There was one guy in charge, and that was Mr. Page.
Yeah, and he knew what he wanted, and this is, again, that creative vision that we're talking about. Whether it's Jimmy Page saying, I want this section that I can't describe to you in the middle of Whole Lotta Love. Queen had the same thing with Freddie Mercury and Bohemian Rhapsody. That, when he was trying to describe to the band what Bohemian Rhapsody was like in his head, they didn't get it until he started tracking that middle section himself. So you have this guy who's got this vision in his head of what this thing should sound like, and the rest of the band just has to trust that, Jimmy has a vision, Freddie has a vision, whoever it is has this vision, and he's earned enough credit that we should trust him and just see where it goes. And, that's what makes some of these acts so much more special than pretty much all the ones that follow. But like I said, Led Zeppelin II really cemented their reputation as the hard rock band of that time. They were the new kings with this album. They were upstarts with Led Zeppelin I in some ways. And Led Zeppelin I, they were still sort of opening for like Vanilla Fudge and things like that on the road. When Zeppelin II hits and when Whole Lotta Love hits, they become headliners. They become the band that they've arrived essentially at this point, and nothing would ever be the same because of this album and because of the impact of this album and the expectations that it set up for future albums. So what happens now is they've been going at it solidly since. Now, don't forget, I believe this comes out the same year as Zeppelin I.
Let's see.
This is not even a year later.
You were right. Led Zeppelin I and II both came out in 1969. Led Zeppelin III came out in 1970. Wow.
Yeah. So they're working at a breakneck pace. From the time they get their record deal and go on the road to promote Led Zeppelin I, they're in this absolutely creative crucible where this stuff is coming. They're touring Led Zeppelin I, and this is the kind of songwriting that's coming out in their spare moments. So this band is taking off like a rocket at this point, both creatively and success-wise. And
they were still like really young when they were doing this.
Yeah. Page is like 25, and Bonzo and Plant are like 20. 21 maybe, something like that.
It's
and
crazy.
Yeah, and so they're absolutely on the up and on this creative juggernaut where being together, playing together live, the ideas that are coming up with each other, that they're coming up with each other, are getting stronger and stronger, frankly. This is a stronger set of songs in many ways than the first album. And they're touring constantly, and they don't have a break, and eventually they have enough clout because of the success and because of the kind of deal they signed to say, after Led Zeppelin II, they're going to take a break. Not a big break.
During the recording of Led Zeppelin II, was there already a lot of drugs and drink going on, or were they still kind of, yeah?
I mean, there may have been a little bit, but certainly not what it was about to become. I'm sure there was plenty of marijuana. I'm sure there was plenty of drink. There was probably the beginnings of cocaine, certainly, I would think. There's no heroin here yet. Not really.
Okay.
Not that I can recall. So, yeah, they've released 2 albums in a few months apart. It's not even one album one year, one album the next.
2 brilliant albums, too.
Right. And they would release their 3rd album in 1970, so they will have released, at that point, 3 albums in about 2 years, maybe. Less than 2 years. But what happened was they did take a break. I don't recall. It wasn't a very long break, obviously, because they got the 3rd album out in 1970. But they did take a break and to get away from the touring and to spend some time with their families and to spend some time writing. And what they do is Jimmy Page and Robert Plant take their wives and they go up to the Welsh countryside to this cottage called Bron-Y-Aur, which I believe Robert Plant's family knew about this place, and he suggested they should go up there. They bring acoustic guitars. This is a cottage in, like I said, the Welsh countryside where it's really rustic. I don't believe there's any electricity there. There's no indoor plumbing.
Water.
Yeah. So this is Robert Plant doing his hippie thing again. He was a big hippie. And they go up there and they start writing songs for the 3rd album. And because they're, working on acoustic guitars, a lot of acoustic stuff came out in the writing. So they spent however long they spent up there doing this stuff. And they come back and they start recording the 3rd album. And the expectation, given the success of Led Zeppelin II, was that Led Zeppelin III would be another big bombastic extension of what Led Zeppelin II had done. Part 2 of the same. They always expect you to do the same thing you just did.
Especially if you're successful.
Yeah, right. And it was very successful. But instead, Led Zeppelin does something different. They put an album out where about half of it's acoustic. And a lot of people didn't get that at the time, and they thought it sort of was a little bit of a disappointment in its time. Now, over the decades, Led Zeppelin III is just as beloved as every other Zeppelin album. It's just as great as every other Zeppelin album in most people's minds who are fans. It's just a different album. It's just not them giving you the same again. It's really just them still exploring their own creativity and not really running away from something. Oh, now that we've established this thing where we're this big cock rock band, we can only do that. No, they never were going to just do that. They always had way more interests in that, and they were always more interested in following the muse of wherever it led them. So yeah, you get some cool hard rock songs on this album that are also great songs, but you also get a lot of stuff that was not expected out of them at that point in their creative arc.
Well, it starts with an absolute banger.
Mm-hmm.
The Immigrant Song, which was based on them going to Iceland, I believe. And they it was kind of like a tongue-in-cheek thing, if I remember correctly, about like Vikings conquering lands, and they were...
Yeah, Robert Plant being the Viking in this case instead of the hippie, but yeah.
Yeah. I remember talking to my uncle about this, who was a huge Led Zeppelin fan, and he was saying, like, when I first heard that song with Robert Plant coming in with the vocals, it was like, what is this? I've never heard something like this before, and that was the first time he kind of heard Zeppelin and got into Zeppelin. And yeah, he told me several times that when that song came on the radio and he and his friends heard that for the first time, they were like, what is this sorcery? What is this music? I've never heard that before.
It hits you like a big punch. It's a big, epic. The first time you hear that, it's powerful. And again, you get back to the idea, when you look at it, it's 2 minutes and 25 seconds. It's a quick song, but it packs a big punch. And it's got that, that great riff and Robert Plant, banshee screaming and shit like that. It's really, a powerful opener, obviously.
With the tremolo on the guitar too.
Yeah, and live Jimmy would take a really cool solo in the middle of this thing. There's no guitar solo on the studio version. But again, it's sort of that mold of the quick and frantic song, which they had done with Communication Breakdown and Livin' Lovin' Maid, and this is better in my opinion than those songs. But it starts off this album with a very Led Zeppelin-ish sort of bang that would not continue throughout this album. So from there we move on to Friends, which begins acoustically. And again, we talked about this was the place that Jimmy Page used the Devil's Note, the flatted fifth interval on its chord progression, somewhat like the way Black Sabbath did on the song Black Sabbath. Both of them come from this sort of thing that comes from Holt's the Planets. We talked about that in the Iommi podcast. But yeah, it's sort of that melody that comes from that place, and it's used here. And this is sort of a haunting song. It's a different kind of song.
It's got some cool keyboard effect backgrounds in there too. Like, how would I describe it? It's kind of like this atmospheric.
Yeah. So with Friends, you get this acoustic opening where Jimmy's hitting his acoustic guitar. You can hear the strings vibrating on in the track and stuff. And Bonzo is giving us, again, with his hands on some sort of acoustic drum, whether it's a conga or a bongo, I don't know. But, it's a very, again, an acoustic feel to this thing for the bedding of the track. And then we have a string section that comes in that plays this flatted fifth interval melodic phrase that that John Paul Jones arranged, and I guess it was one of the few times that Led Zeppelin actually used real strings on a song, and it's a really good track, but it's a different kind of track. It's really unusual, and Robert's singing at the top of his voice. He's sounding great, and it's got a lot of this Eastern droney kind of feel to it as well. It doesn't feel particularly Western.
It's also open C tuning, so C A C G C E.
Yeah. So back to the open tuning thing.
And that explains the low pitch sound and the rattling heard from the strings throughout the song.
Yeah. There you go.
Alright, then we got Celebration Day.
So this is back to doing a rocker, but this is another one where it's a weird sort of riff. This is a sort of a weird kind of riff from Jimmy, and a weird bass line under it. It works, but it's kind of weird the way this thing is constructed, and it's not something that you would normally think of as being something you'd find just in the normal course of playing. This is a bit of an unusual riff and stuff. So there's a droning synthesizer in there, and the guitar chords are played over it, this drony synth thing. And it's just an unusual sort of arrangement and construction, and it works. And then you have the guitar solo in this is one of Jimmy Page's really quick and concise but really tasty solos. It's just, you can sit here and memorize it and from memory and just go, it goes da 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 da. It's really a memorable melodic solo that he takes, and it's fairly quick. Again, this song isn't even 4 minutes long, but it's powerful.
Another interesting fact is that this song was almost left off the album because the beginning of the master tape was kinked and wouldn't play in the tape machine, so it was cut out, and the ending synthesizer of Friends was composited over the edit to disguise it.
Yeah, I mean, Friends runs into it in that respect, and yeah, it's interesting that way, and I have a different feeling about what they did at the end with the track selection that they did that they shouldn't have done, and we'll get to that as we get to that song. But again, Celebration Day is a fun song, and then we move on to Since I've Been Loving You, which is, in my opinion, it is their best blues song, and I think very few people would argue with me on that one. It is a blues song that doesn't follow a standard blues chord structure, which is what makes it so much better, in my opinion, is that it isn't You Shook Me, and that it isn't I Can't Quit You Baby. It's much more complicated than that, and the turnarounds are more complicated than that, and what Jimmy Page plays on this thing is much more complicated than what he plays on those other things. And this is really this is one they stretched out live to great effect in their touring days. But the studio version of this song is just epically good, and it's Jimmy and Robert going back and forth, and it's not so much about Bonzo and Jonesy. It's really about this dynamic between the guitar and the lead vocal, and some of the chords that Jimmy plays on the turnaround are really interesting and cool voicings and stuff. And then you get to the guitar solo here, and this is really, in my opinion, and probably not alone in this is one of Jimmy Page's really best solos, the studio version here. And he would expand it a little live and play around with it. But just the version that came out on this take, this is really heavy blues rock in a way that is just blues rock at its best, at its absolute finest on this track. And it's from both of the two of them. But the guitar solo here, he goes back and forth between the pentatonic stuff and actual like minor licks, like harmonic minor, Aeolian minor. He uses some of that too. You hear it in the introduction to the song. It starts out with some lead guitar before the vocals ever come in.
Yeah.
And then it comes back when he goes to the actual guitar solo that's in the middle of the song. This is very much a classic Zeppelin track that always remained in their live set. It was always a showcase piece for Jimmy Page to really cut loose. And if I'm honest, in my own opinion, this is probably the best track on this album for me.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you on that one. Although Immigrant Song is probably more well known by the general public. If I had to pick one, I think I'd also pick Since I've Been Loving You.
This is one of those songs that all of the people who do reaction videos, when they react to Led Zeppelin live videos, they all do this one eventually. And this is one of the ones that I love to watch the women react to, because this is where you see invariably that as women watch this video unfold, they are getting so turned on by young men 50 years ago. You can watch them have this palpable reaction, and they're like, by the time they're done, very many of them are like, I have such a big crush on Robert Plant, I can't believe it. And it's really, this is like Led Zeppelin's sexual energy that really was a palpable part of their mystique and everything about them. And when you watch this video from the 73 Madison Square Garden footage, and Robert Plant is just absolutely being at his top game best in putting this over, and then playing off of Jimmy, and Jimmy rips this solo a new asshole. It's very powerful, and people are like, I don't even young people don't understand how this live kind of thing actually happened, because it has nothing to do with their own experience of what they've been listening to from music. This is a band that's basically jamming out a blues back and forth, where like the musicians are handing off to each other. And it's really remarkable to watch reactions to this song in particular, because it shows a bit of like what Led Zeppelin's power was when they were live, and what they could do, and how they were turning people on at the time, and 50 years later this song is still turning on people. And they've done a lot of blues tracks on a lot of albums, but this is the top of the mountain for their blues tracks.
I agree.
Yeah.
It was also recorded in the studio live, so there was very little overdubbing. Yeah.
I mean, that's the part that people marvel at, is that they played that well together, that they played that well together live, that they were able to actually react to each other live in a way that they could interact and have this musical conversation that a lot of people aren't used to seeing in this day and age, because it's not a part of live music today. Everything is very much scripted out, and you're performing largely what you recorded in the studio. You don't, there's not a lot of expansion the way they had in those days. So this is again one of their standout, one of the big standout tracks for Led Zeppelin is Since I've Been Loving You. Yeah. And they did this one even as in the last performance, on the Celebration Day performance, and unfortunately it was not one of the high moments on that particular performance. But back to the studio version was great, and the live versions early were usually really great.
All right, then we get to Out on the Tiles.
Out on the Tiles is another one I would call an underrated Zeppelin song. Okay. This is a kind of a forgotten Zeppelin song in some respects, and it's actually one of the hard rock songs on Zeppelin III, but it doesn't. In my opinion, this song never got enough love. I love this song. I think it's pretty badass.
Some cool stuff on the bass going on there too.
Well, you're also listening to just the intro, and the intro, they would use that. They would sometimes use the intro to Out on the Tiles, like they did in '73. They would use it before going into Black Dog. So you get the intro to Out on the Tiles, you think they're going to go into Out on the Tiles, and then it's Hey Hey Mama said the way you move, and they would use the intro, but as good as the intro is, I think the rest of the song is really cool. And this is a good John Bonham moment on this song, too. There's a lot of great drum stuff on this.
Yeah, John Bonham would talk about going out on the tiles, meaning going to bars. The term, the title is a British term for going out on the town. Jimmy Page wrote the song Around the Praise.
Right. It's synonymous or analogous to being out on the town, but anyway, it's I think it's got a bunch of good Jimmy Page riffs, and I think it's got great drumming. It's not Robert Plant's most inspired vocals, but they're great. And like I said, this would to me be an underrated track.
Okay. Then we get Gallows Pole, which I quite like a lot.
Right, and this, I guess, again, was a classic folk song that Robert Plant knew about, and he would sometimes describe it that way, and he would tell the story of how it came about and stuff. And then, here we are with another acoustic number, and it's a good acoustic number. This is one of their finer moments on acoustic songs, Gallows Pole.
And it has a banjo.
Yep. And this is, like we said, Jimmy was not above busting out some new instrument and adding some sonic flavor to a song that it didn't have. But it's also sort of like a rompy, stompy song, too. It gets this rhythm going. And they would revisit this one later when they did the No Quarter album and completely reimagine it and everything. It's a strong song, Gallows Pole. And Robert Plant singing, right. It like I said, it starts out sort of a little bit sleepy, and then it kicks in with this rhythmic feel that's really up tempo. And this is one of the ones they would do in the acoustic set in the middle of the live set.
And Jimmy Page has said that this is his favorite song on Led Zeppelin III. Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's a strong track. It's a very strong track. It's not one of the most classic tracks, I guess, but it did make the live set a lot of the time. They would play this live. They played it live with Page and Plant, and they played it live later, in the No Quarter era and stuff. So, I mean, it was always kicking around as one of the songs that they did keep in the lineup.
It's got a mandolin, bass, banjo, 6-string acoustic, 12-string acoustic, and electric guitar.
Yep.
It's about a guy who's about to get hung, and he's trying to get his hanging delayed.
Yep. Yep, and the other side of it was the, you'd bribe the hangman to give you an easy death, basically.
Yeah.
Give the hangman a few bob or whatever, or you give him something. What did you bring me, my dear friend, to keep me from the gallows pole? If you can get him bribed, they could make it more painless for you or whatever.
Well, there's many versions of the song by different artists, but Led Zeppelin's is unusual in that it ends with the hangman hanging the protagonist despite of all of his bribes. Most other versions end with the hangman setting the protagonist free.
Yeah. Again, this is one of those things where it's like they're bringing songs that are classic folk songs that are not popular, known in rock culture, and they're bringing them into rock culture, and for all intents and purposes, passing them off as their own. But not. I mean, like I said, Robert Plant would typically introduce this song and give the backstory of the song live. So it's not like they were like. In this case, I don't think they were maliciously trying to say, no, we wrote this. But the perception is they were coming up with all this great material when some of these things were classic folk songs, right? So we have Tangerine, which is a beautiful song. And here we have Jimmy, he's using, I think, pedal steel on this one, along with acoustic. So with Tangerine, you get sort of like the continuation of Thank You, in that it's another gentle ballad for Led Zeppelin that starts off with 12-string acoustic guitar augmented by some mandolin and John Bonham being restrained and ballad-like. And it's a beautiful, simple song on guitar. It's not a complicated chord progression at all. It's just a nice poppy thing. And Robert Plant's vocals are beautiful on this thing. And then on the solo, Jimmy Page busts out a pedal steel guitar and gets this really haunting tone on the thing. And it's a great track. It's, again, another thing that's largely an acoustic sounding track on this album, but it's still strong. It's still really strong. It's very poppy. It's, again, a quick song, 3 minutes 10 seconds, but beautiful song. I don't have a bad word to say about it. So yeah, then we move on to That's the Way, which is just Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. The acoustic guitars on this song is just fucking gorgeous. The acoustic guitars on this, and there's, again, I think some mandolin on here too for some flavor. The acoustic instruments sound gorgeous. It's just that, and a little bit of some background stuff. No percussion, no drums, no bass on this. This is voice and acoustic instruments, and it's lovely. And it's just the sonics of how they sound. It's funny, when I was looking for my first good acoustic guitar, I went to this shop up in Vermont that had a bunch of really great sounding. It was like a boutique acoustic shop, and they had a bunch of different brands, and they had a lot of them. And I sat in a room one day basically just trying to figure out which one I wanted to take home with me. And I played something like 30 or 40 acoustic guitars, and what the woman who ran the store, she was smart. She said, sit in this quiet room. They had a room that you could just play in. She said, I'm going to bring you 3 guitars off the wall, play all 3 of them, pick the one you like the best. I'll take 2 away. I'll bring you 2 more. Now play these 3. Now pick the one you like the best. I'll take 2 away. You play more. And I went through this thing, and the sound I was hearing in my head that I wanted the guitar to sound like was the acoustic guitar sounds on Led Zeppelin III. And things like this. This was the sound I heard in my head when I was like, what guitar sound do I want for an acoustic guitar? It sounds like this. It's just these gorgeous, lush sounds. I think Jimmy was using his Martin D28 on this. And they would play this one live in their acoustic set. It's just a lovely song. And then it goes into Bronnier Stomp, which is also really fun. But again, this is an acoustic. So That's the Way runs into Bronnier Stomp, which is confusing because one of the first lyrics is that's the way it should be. So it's like, when I first heard this album, I'm thinking this is an extension of the same song where it just changes direction. But this is a up-tempo, happy song that Robert Plant wrote the lyrics about his dog. And it's freaking wonderful, this song. And they would do this one live, and they would bring out a little kick drum, and Bonham would sit there with just the kick drum, and they'd sit there with tambourine and acoustic guitar, and they'd play this live. And
it always just puts a huge smile on my face.
Yeah, and the stomp in it is this kick drum figure that's going along with this tambourine that's going, and it's a boom, 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 and that's the stomp in the Bronnier Stomp. And this is another wonderful acoustic moment from Zeppelin. This is top shelf crap. I mean, this is, again, and this is like, when I think of my benchmark acoustic guitar sounds that I've heard on albums throughout my entire life, this is what acoustic guitars should sound like to me. And this is a wonderful song, and it's about Robert Plant going for a walk in the woods with his dog. And,
the dog was named Strider.
Yeah, so at the end of some of the live versions that have been recorded, you will hear him go, Strider, at the end, and that was his dog's name. And this is, I've written songs about dogs. Paul McCartney wrote a song about his dog. It's a joyous, happy song that comes across here in this, and it's got the cool factor. As happy as this song is, it's still cool as hell, and it's got this rhythmic drive to it that's just wonderful. And
yeah, it's
just one of their classic acoustic numbers.
It was named after the house where they recorded. Or where they wrote the third album.
Yeah, they went up to Bronnier in the Welsh countryside, as we talked about. I believe they brought the wives, the children, and the dogs. So maybe he actually wrote it up there. I don't know, but
Man's best friend, man.
absolutely.
And John Bonham would sometimes sing live with Robert Plant on the song.
Yeah,
Can be seen on the Earl's Court footage on How the West Was Won.
Right. All right. So here we go on to this closing song, Hats Off to Roy Harper. And here's where I think they made their biggest mistake on this album. Roy Harper is an artist that was a friend of Jimmy Page, and Jimmy Page would guest on some of Roy Harper's albums. They were friends. Hats Off to Roy Harper is sort of a weird song, again with some sort of like a retro vibe vocal on this thing through some sort of an envelope filter that gives it a weird sound. And it's not that it's particularly a bad sound or a bad song or anything like that, but it's not really that strong. And the problem with Led Zeppelin III was they put out Immigrant Song as a single, and on the back of the A-side, Immigrant Song, was a B-side called Hey Hey What Can I Do? And Hey Hey What Can I Do is a fucking great classic Zeppelin song, and it didn't make the album. And Hats Off to Roy Harper did make the album, and that, to me, has never made any sense. Hey Hey What Can I Do is as strong as any other acoustic song they ever did. And Hats Off to Roy Harper, it pales by comparison, in my opinion. How do you close this album with this song? I don't know. It's just, that's one of those things that they corrected when the box sets came out and all of that. But like, Hey Hey What Can I Do didn't make the cut. Couldn't fit it on the vinyl. But I think that was a mistake. And in retrospect, there's a lot more people who like Hey Hey What Can I Do than they like Hats Off to Roy Harper.
That's on the Coda album.
They first put it there, and then later on it came out in the box set. And when we're talking about Led Zeppelin III, we should talk about Hey Hey What Can I Do? It's worth talking about. It's that good. Hey Hey What Can I Do is as strong as any acoustic song they ever did. And I remember back in the day, you'd hear this come on FM radio, and you'd shut everything down, and because you'd never heard it. It's like you knew it was existed, and you knew it was great, and when they would play it, as this one-off, because it wasn't on any of the album, and it wasn't on your album, and you didn't have access to this track unless you had bought the 45 of Immigrant Song. When Hey Hey What Can I Do came on the radio, everything stopped until it was over, and because it was so damn good. And it's got this great, again, he's using the 12-string, he's using the mandolin for accent, but it's also got this great sort of cool riff that goes da 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 da, and Robert Plant singing great on this thing. It's another great track, but you only had 45 minutes of vinyl, give or take a few seconds, that you could fit your music on, and the other 10 tracks, they prioritized Hats Off to Roy Harper, maybe because it was Jimmy's friend, I don't know, but to me, that's the great mistake of Led Zeppelin III. Other than that, again, they got sort of hammered in the press on Led Zeppelin III because it wasn't exactly like Led Zeppelin II. It wasn't what they were expecting. It wasn't the big cock rock monster that they wanted it to be, following on the heels of the last album. But Zeppelin never really cared about that. They were going to do what they wanted to do and follow what they wanted to do. And they stood by the album. And, time has really proven them right. I love Led Zeppelin III. I every time I go back to Led Zeppelin III, I smile. And it is a change of pace sort of album, in that it isn't like 2 and it isn't like 4, but it's got its own wonderful appeal to it. And it's for a different mood, really, if you want to get down to it. It's like you can put on Led Zeppelin III in the background and go outside and on a nice evening and have a nice drink with your friends, and it's just like wonderful mood music, and it's still engaging. It's not that it's totally background music. It's not like that. But it's for a different mood. It's not for like raising your fist in the air and raising your devil horns and all of that. It's just for a more laid back sort of mood. And yet it still does have some loud songs like Immigrant Song and Out on the Tiles and stuff. It's a different look at where they were at a particular moment in time. And regardless of what the impact was in the moment, with the critics, the fans still bought it, and over time it has sold just as many copies as the other albums, really, in retrospect. And it's, it's sort of like when you want to go listen to Zeppelin, but you feel like you've burned out on so many of the most classic tracks. This is like a breath of fresh air, because it's like you go back to this side of Zeppelin, and it really does show you this depth that they had that not a lot of their peers had. You don't get this from Deep Purple. You don't get this from Black Sabbath. You don't get this from, the Stones would do acoustic numbers certainly, and the Who would sometimes as well. But not so much like these different flavors of like, the Celtic thing, the folk thing, the backwater stompy thing. They're different. Each acoustic number on this song is really sort of a different flavor. It's not like putting on a James Taylor album. They all come from different places, sonically and influentially. They're different, and it's just enough. This is pretty diverse within the confines of a mostly acoustically driven album.
Yeah. All right. And now we're getting on to the Untitled album, also known as the fourth album, but officially it doesn't have a name or a cover. It does have a cover, but the cover doesn't have the band's name on it.
Yeah, we talked about why that was. We'll refresh that a little bit. I called this Led Zeppelin IV. 1971, the greatest year in rock. Possibly the greatest album in the greatest year in rock. But it's competing with Sticky Fingers. It's competing with Who's Next. It's competing with Tapestry. It's competing with a load of great albums at this moment in time. But this is one of the greatest albums of all time, and of certainly in the hard rock genre. And it's just so much about this is right. And all of the people who complained about Zeppelin III isn't what they wanted after Zeppelin II, this set that right. Here we have Led Zeppelin getting the perfect balance. It's only 8 songs, but they get the perfect balance between acoustic things and electric things, and quiet things and bombastic things. And, everything about this album is a miracle in musical composition and stuff. And we start this off with Black Dog. And Black Dog, as a bass player of mine once said, it's the best Zeppelin. It's the best Zeppelin song, man. I'm like, I love all his Led Zeppelin. He's like, no, it's the best Led Zeppelin song. This is the one we got to cover. And there wasn't a lot of argument to be had over that. We were going to do Four Sticks, but we ended up doing Black Dog because the bass player wanted to do Black Dog. But it's hard to argue with the fact that Black Dog is incredibly epic. It's just, you have this moment, and again, this is a cock rock landmark moment. This is the song that David Coverdale later interprets as Still of the Night. Right? In its sort of sonic structure and stuff. And the funny thing about this is that as good as the riff is, this is the John Paul Jones riff. John Paul Jones wanted to write a riff that was somewhat circular in its nature and sort of like circled back on itself. And if beginners try to play Black Dog, they do so at their own peril, because this is rhythmically weird, this song. Trying to play this song, if you're not a bunch of really seasoned players, it can be a train wreck. But they were not, and Zeppelin was not, and you get this thing to open this album off where you get like Jimmy Page noodling as he's turning up the volume knob on his Les Paul, and Robert Plant comes in with Hey Hey Mama, said the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove, and we are setting the tone for bombastic cock rock Led Zeppelin is now back. The one that you loved on Led Zeppelin II, Whole Lotta Love and all of that, Lemon Song, we are back. We've had our moment off in the Welsh countryside, and we are now back, and we're going to bring it. And we're going to bring it like we never brought it before. This is one of the best albums, rock albums of all time. It's up there with any, in terms of sales and popularity, it's up there with every other great album you want to ever mention, including things like Thriller, including, things like Sgt. Pepper, and, whatever you want to mention. Led Zeppelin IV is in the conversation of the greatest albums of all time. And it starts off with this track.
And it was a song about an actual black dog that would just wander in and out of the studio.
It really wasn't about the dog.
But that's what they... Yeah,
they didn't have
a woman.
They didn't really have a name for the song, but yeah, they were up at Headley Grange in the countryside where they had recorded much of Led Zeppelin III as well. And yeah, there was this black dog wandering in and out of the grounds, and this is one of those things where we can't come up with a name of the song. We'll call it that.
And John Paul Jones used a pick to play the bass in his song, which is also kind of interesting. And there's a lot of like complex, chaotic time signatures and riffs going on, like you said.
Yeah, and it's funny because the thing is, the time signatures do change, but what John Bonham figured out was that he could play 4/4 time, which is sort of a straight thing. If he just sort of concentrated and played 4/4 time, it would work. But like, if you watch inexperienced bands try to play this song, it's usually a train wreck. Because there is some turnarounds and things that are really sort of like you have to sort of get the feel of them, and they're not straightforward.
And you also hear Bonham like tapping his drumsticks if you listen closely after every line. Or Plant sings.
Yeah, so the way this works, and by the way, I covered this in a band of mine that I was in with, and the way this really works live, and the way Zeppelin did it live. Yeah, you're right. In the studio version, you will hear John Bonham help them come in at the right time, because what you're really doing is you're waiting for the vocal to finish before the band comes back in. And what Zeppelin would do live, and what we found, was that what you do is you wait for that last note of the singer to die out, and everybody's got to be watching each other. So when they say, "Hey man, way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove," you can either wait that beat, or the band can cue off what the singer says. And Led Zeppelin did this, and when Robert Plant would finish his vocal phrase, as soon as his vocal phrase died out, the band would come back in with the next phrase. And that's the way it avoids being a train wreck. But that's not the way they did it in the studio. In the studio, when they were still sort of working it out, yeah, you hear John Bonham sort of giving you like a drum click, a drumsticks click of his sticks to sort of say, "We're coming back in now," with the next phrase.
You got to be really like in tune as a band to make it work that way, with the way you just described when they're doing it live.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen bands like Heart try to do this, and for what it's worth, as good as Heart was as a band, it didn't really work for me, because they didn't really capture it. It's not that they aren't great players, but this is a tricky song to cover, and some of this stuff is because of trying to figure out when the band should sync up, when they should come back in and stuff. Anyway, this is one of the classic Zeppelin songs. This is in, I would imagine, most people's top 5 Zeppelin songs. It's a great way to kick off an album. It's an epic moment. It's a cock rock moment. It's just so much bravado, so much attitude, so much everything on this track. And when you think of Led Zeppelin, this is one of the tracks you think of.
Right. And then we move into rock and roll, which is another...
Which is another track that a lot of people think of when they think of Led Zeppelin. This one was nowhere near as complicated. This is, again, a blues structure, a 1-4-5 structure. I think the story with this one was that John Bonham played the intro to the song, and Jimmy just sort of jumped in and played the riff. And it's really just, sort of a classic rock riff. Not that far removed from Chuck Berry. And just played amped up and everything. And then, Robert Plant's vocal is, if we're honest lyrically, this is a throwaway lyric.
Yeah.
It's there's nothing to this lyric.
It's been a long time since rock and roll.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since we did the stroll.
Yeah. What's this about? Who cares? It's about the energy of the track. And they would often start their concerts with this one. Because it's a good opener. It's got high energy. It's not particularly difficult to play compared. Black Dog is tough to play, unless everybody in the band is an experienced player. Black Dog is tricky, but rock and roll is just it was a jam. They came up with this thing sort of in the spur of the moment. It was not something that they had planned on recording. When they went in, this came out of this was a happy accident. That's what we call it, a happy accident. The drummer starts playing something, the guitar player goes, "Ooh, let me play off of that," and then all of a sudden you have something.
Yeah, it came about when they were working on 4 Sticks.
Yeah,
and there was John Bonham got frustrated because that song is incredibly hard to play. And when he was just like pissed off, and he just started playing something completely different, and it was based on the intro to the 1957 Little Richard song "Keep a Knockin'." And when that was when he was playing that, they forgot about 4 Sticks for a second and started working on it, and then Jimmy Page just kind of came in, and that's when the song was born, basically.
Yeah, this one came together quickly.
Yeah, it was completed. The bones of the songs were completed in about 30 minutes, according to lore.
And then we have 2 Zeppelin classics kick off this album, right? 2 absolutely classic songs kick off this album, both radio hits and everything else. And then we go into Battle of Evermore, which is again back to the acoustic side, the mandolin side of Led Zeppelin, and we're now doing some of that.
That song is incredible.
I don't know what the impetus was to bring in. Was it Sandy Denny?
Yeah, correct. The only guest vocalist ever.
Yeah, they brought her in to sing with Robert and to sort of harmonize with Robert.
Robert Plant wrote the words to this acoustic song after reading a book on Scottish history. The lyrics are about the everlasting battle between night and day, which can also be interpreted as the battle between good and evil.
This is like the classic mandolin song in Led Zeppelin. And because I am such a Jimmy Page influenced musician myself, I know I wanted to use mandolin on some of my tracks. So the first time I wanted to use mandolin on something, I borrowed my drummer's father's mandolin. And before I figured out the parts that I wanted for my song, I had to learn Battle of Evermore on mandolin. And it's not super hard. It's like 3 or 4 chords. You just don't know those chords until you sort of look it up on and figure out how they did it. But
how did Page come up with those chords that are so exotic?
Well, part of that's the mandolin tuning, and part of it is just it's only 3 or 4 chords really when you get down to it. But voiced on a mandolin, it's different than voicing them on a guitar.
Okay.
So it's very effective. There was a lot of mandolin in this period in Zeppelin. And going past this period, there was less of it. But on the 3rd album and the 4th album, there's a lot of mandolin. And they would always, like I said, bring it out in the acoustic set.
Oh, by the way, many J.J.R. Tolkien fans see the lyrics as a reference to his book Return of the King, where the lyrics could describe the Battle of Pelennor. But specifically, this was an inspiration on, from what we said before.
Anyway, so we have these two big bombastic cock rock songs, then we go into this acoustic thing with mandolin. And the balance here is much more, we're giving you what you think you're going to get from Zeppelin and then acoustic. And, less of the back and forth between acoustic and rock. And, it's more, this album is more heavy rock with moments of acoustic, whereas the third album is sort of half and half.
I think it's an amazing song.
Yeah.
It's obviously Stairway is like all the songs on this album are big, but one could argue that Stairway was the biggest one.
Yeah.
But for me, this is a close contender. And what's also kind of interesting in terms of the vocals, like Robert Plant felt like he needed another voice to tell the story that plays out in the song. So Sandy Denny from Fairpoint Convention was brought in, and her vocals represent the people as the town crier, while Robert's voice is the narrator. So,
yeah, it's an interesting texture that they choose to bring her in.
I think their voices work together really well too.
Sure, and they're not like, there's not a lot of time where they're singing together. It's sort of like, it's weaving in and out, where like one's ending and the other's beginning, and it's an interesting song, and a definitely different kind of track, but it works, and it breaks things up, and you have this moment of acoustic change, I guess you would call it, before we go back into the hard rock.
Yeah.
And then,
it's a pretty long song, almost 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then, of course...
Yeah, and then, of course, we get to Stairway to Heaven, and what hasn't been said already. I mean, if you think about it, this is the most requested song on FM radio of all time. People think of this as the greatest guitar solo of all time. A lot of them.
Many people consider it the greatest song of all time.
It's certainly in the conversation of the greatest songs of all time. And this was a moment in time where he wanted to write a song that would unfold over the course of however many minutes it is, and basically get bigger each time it went through the cycle, and continue to get bigger. And the other thing he mentions is that, he wanted the tempo to increase as the song went along. He said one of the things you never do as a studio musician is let the song start getting faster, right? But if you're trying to create something that's dynamically dramatic, increasing the speed is certainly one of those techniques that lets things get more dynamic. And this is a place where even Jimmy Page says Robert Plant really took the ball here and lyrically came up with, magnificent lyrical content. This song, a lot of Robert Plant's lyrics, when he's not referencing other blues people, when he was really pulling it out of his own source, he would come up with these somewhat ambiguous lyrics where they kind of mean whatever you want them to mean, right? I mean, there's a loose theme here, but I mean, he's setting up this theme where he's talking about this woman and her pursuit of things that glitter like gold, and the morality of the story here is loose and fast the way he's written it, but it works in the context of this thing. And then, the rest of this is just mostly pure Jimmy Page genius, because he had the whole thing sort of specced out and arranged before Robert ever started writing the lyrics. He had all of the sections worked out between, like, the intro stuff and the acoustic side of the lyric, and then into the fanfare where it becomes big and it starts to change from being acoustic to being electric, and then the crescendo at the end where it's a 3-chord vamp from F to G to A. And
that's when Robert starts singing, and if we wind down the road.
And as we wind on down the road, the ending. So this whole thing, it's building upon itself with every verse, with every chorus. There is no chorus really here.
No.
The chorus,
right.
I mean, the chorus in this song, if you want to call it that, is, and it makes me wonder.
Yeah.
Which isn't really a chorus. So this song is it's not a power ballad. It's epic, but it is not like this. This is not where power ballads come from. Dream On by Aerosmith is much more of a power ballad than Stairway is. Stairway is its own animal. It's really quite different. And there had not been a lot of songs this long that became radio hits. I mean, you have things like
Hey Jude,
where na 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 for 3 minutes at the end, but it's a vamp, right? You have Sympathy for the Devil, which is over 6 minutes long. There's not a lot of songs in 1971 that become radio hits that are this long.
Or any time.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, this did sort of open the door for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's what also is really powerful, I think, is that the drums come in really late.
Very late, yeah. They're like it's like 2/3 of the way into the song. They come in and establish, a rock rhythm that hadn't been there.
Yeah, and when they come in, boy, does that work in a powerful way.
Yeah, this is an arrangement masterpiece.
Dun, 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 dun.
Don't try this at home, kiddies. I mean, very few people can pull off something like this.
It's one of those songs, like, it's so, you could say it's so overplayed on the radio, it's almost a cliche, but every time you hear it, I'm like, my God, this is good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's definitely
so
that.
good.
It's overplayed in the extreme. You get to the point where you don't want to hear it anymore, but because you've heard it so many times. But if you can put that aside for a minute and go back to, like, my God, the brilliance here of this track and everything about this track, the sonics, the guitar sounds, the 12 strings, the lead tone when he gets to the solo. And a lot of people consider this the greatest solo in rock history, the greatest guitar solo in rock history. And it's hard to disagree with that. It's not that it's like the most technically challenging thing that you've ever heard, but it just is so perfect for what's going on. And it really just, you're so, by the time the guitar solo kicks in, you're so ready for the guitar solo. You've been set up for this thing. It's like, we're going to build this pedestal. We're going to build this pedestal and like absolutely set you up for the most ridiculous guitar solo of all time. And then Jimmy delivers it. Then Jimmy delivers it. And the tone is just everything you want it to be. It's fat. It's broad. It's got everything. And then, he builds it up to this crescendo. And as we discussed in his guitar style sound section of this podcast, he did like 3 takes, and this was the best take. And he had worked out like the entrance of the solo and the exit of the solo, which are obviously the most important parts. But all the middle stuff was sort of like in one of those 3 takes.
Yeah. It's an A minor pentatonic, mostly.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the first things I really learned on guitar, or not the first thing, obviously. And I think that's true for a lot of people.
Yeah, and so much so that you have things like, in Wayne's World, where they go into the guitar store and there's a sign up on the wall, "No Stairway to Heaven," right?
Yeah.
It's like no one wants, it's like this song is so overplayed and so in the consciousness of the culture that, like, as much as, everybody loves it, it's been played to death. And, it's funny. As much as I love this song, as much as I revere this song, I don't listen to it very much because of that. Because it's sort of like, it's their way. And it's just like, every now and then I do go back and listen to it in context. But
I love the version on the How the West Was Won live album.
Yeah. And again, he would expand it live. And it's funny. It's almost like the studio version is so perfect in its construction that when you expand it, it's kind of like it loses some of its punch.
Yeah, that's actually right. Yeah.
And it's funny. This is where you get into the idea that like how important editing is, whether it's a movie or a TV show or a song. It's like,
or a book,
or whatever. It's like if you give everybody too much, it loses its punch. But the studio version has this absolutely perfect moment of guitar solo, and the live versions, while powerful, he always sort of did expand upon them, and it to me it always sort of like, that's interesting. I'm glad I heard this, but it's nowhere near as powerful as the punch of the studio version.
It really is the perfect song, pretty much.
Yeah.
So ambitious too,
Yeah, and it's funny because Jimmy came up with this and sort of demoed it out. It was mostly just, him on his own. This was not a lot of one of those places where like the band had a ton to contribute to the musical part of this. Obviously Robert added the vocals and everybody is rightfully impressed by what he did vocally and lyrically. But Jimmy had this thing already created in his head when he brought it to the band. And they just sort of fell into what he had already demoed out for them. And it was just a matter of Robert sitting and creating the right lyrics for it.
Another interesting thing is that John Paul Jones decided not to use a bass on the song because it sounded like a folk song. So instead he added a string section, keyboards and flutes.
He actually used the recorder. That instrument you get in high school when they,
a wooden
recorder. The recorder. That part's recorder, and that's John Paul Jones. Yeah.
Recorder?
Yeah. It's like a flute, it's a cheap flute-like instrument that high schools can afford to buy for all their students.
Oh wow! So there's like some cheap instruments on that legendary track. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice sounding instrument, but it's really a real good flute would cost you a lot of money, and like if you go to high school and you take or elementary school and you take a music course. In elementary school, they'll hand you a recorder, and it was probably a $20 instrument or something like that, made of plastic.
And let's also not forget that Robert Plant was 23-year-old when he wrote the lyrics to this. And
yeah, what were you doing when you were 23? Think about that.
Yeah, nothing nearly as interesting as that for sure.
Right. And that's what I try to think about. It's like, what was I doing when I was 20? Was I a bank teller, or what was I doing when I was 23? I wasn't writing Stairway to Heaven. So in the vinyl days, that's where side one ended on this epic album.
Yeah.
And we flipped the album over, and we start off with Misty Mountain Hop,
which is another great song, man.
It really is. And then again, we're back to hippie Robert Plant trying to score drugs in the park. Trying to score weed in the park. Not drugs, but like pot. He's trying to score pot in the park. And,
What do you think I saw? People wearing flowers in their hair.
Yeah. Robert goes to San Francisco and tries to score pot in the park. And this is one of the ones this is another weird Jimmy Page riff that if you don't do it right, it sounds like a mess. But once you figure it out, it's kind of cool. And then John Bonham's a big part of this track too. And
it's about a love-in near London that was broken up by the police. it's about a bunch of hippies getting busted about the problems you can come across.
Yeah, probably
when you have
Hyde Park. Probably Hyde Park. Could have happened in San Francisco too, but I mean, it was probably Hyde Park in London. But yeah,
The piano on this song is great.
it's mostly a 3-chord song. It's a vamp. It's a fun song to play. It's a good warm-up song. But this was not one they played a lot live either. There are some live versions of it, but it was not a big staple of their live set, as good as it was.
All right, and then we get 4 Sticks. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, this song is just incredibly big, incredibly epic. Again, you have the basis of this is John Bonham playing drums with 4 drumsticks instead of 2 drumsticks on this figure that he's playing, and the riff that Jimmy Page comes up with. And Robert Plant's vocals are so up there and high and so in this upper register. They almost never did this song live.
They did it live once in Denmark on their 1970 European tour. That's the only time they played it live.
This is a vocal that's designed to destroy vocalists. What he did in the studio on this is like him singing at the upper range of his register, and he didn't want any part of this live. And yeah, they did it once or twice or something like that. But it's a fun song to play. And like I said, it's a really cool song, and it stands up. And anytime you hear them do that, I guess they did it on the No Quarter album, but I think Robert Plant's like at least an octave down from where he sang it on this album. His voice is really high here, and the parts are really fun to play on guitar. It's a great guitar song. It's a great riff, but this is really all about the drums and playing off of it. And again, and here's where we talked about Jimmy playing off of what the drummer's doing, right? So there's this riff, da 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 da, but you get to the point where it's the other part of the song, and when the owls cry in the night, it's like that part is he's playing completely off what the drums are doing, and it sounds great. And it's a big epic track, and this is another one that I don't think people talk enough about. 4 Sticks.
It was very difficult to record, shifting beats that are very unusual. It was recorded in 2 takes of the song because, as Jimmy Page says, it was physically impossible for him to do another.
Yeah, this if you ever get a chance to jam on this song as a guitar player, it's really fun, but you gotta have a drummer who's willing to go there.
And then we get Going to California, which is a lovely, lovely song.
Yeah, and again, we go back to hippie Robert Plant, right? If you're going to California, please wear a flower in your hair. All of that sort of summer of love thing coming into this lyric. And again, we're with acoustic guitar and mandolin. And this is another one that was always a staple of their live set. And they would play this in the acoustic part of their live set. And this is hippie Robert Plant at his finest.
Yeah. It's just a beautiful guitar riff, and that lovely acoustic guitar sound is there again.
And the way he sings it, too.
Yeah. There's no drums. There's 2 guitars on this track, a 12-string and a 6-string. And
Yeah.
John Paul Jones on the mandolin.
Yeah. And he would do the doody-doody-doody-doody-doody part. That.
And that adds so much, man.
Yeah, I mean it's what makes it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you just imagine it with just the strumming guitar, it doesn't have nearly the power. But yeah, this is them being the Robert hippie side again and indulging it. And so now we have basically what is 8 tracks, of which 2 have this Battle of Evermore and Going to California. We the fans can absolutely love this amount of acoustic stuff on this album, but the rest of it is really pure, Led Zeppelin bombast.
And then we get the album closer, When the Levee Breaks, and boy, what a track.
This track has become in some ways, the most iconic drum track of all time. And they had a hard time, actually, with this song, because until they got to Headley Grange and until they set up John Bonham's kit in the foyer where he had this echo thing going on with his drums, and they were able to capture the sound of the drums in this way that made it resonate in a way that it hadn't up until that point. The song, they thought it, it might work, but it didn't work. And now they have this drum sound where they can overemphasize the reverb on the drums and the ambient sound on the drums. So instead of getting boom, bop, you're getting boom, boom, bop, boom, boom, bop. And you get this natural reverberation on the drum sound that let everything else fall into place, and this harmonica thing and all of this stuff, the slide guitar. And as epic as all of those things tend to be, this track, everyone will tell you, is about the drum sound.
Yeah.
And this is the drum sound that is the most sampled drum sound of all time.
Is it?
I think so. Or one of the, if I'm speaking out of turn, it is one of the most sampled drum sounds of all time, if not the most sampled drum sound of all time. And when people talk about benchmark drum sounds, Levy is always in the conversation.
Yeah, see, many rap songs have sampled the drums on this.
Yeah, that's what
it's
I'm talking about.
It's great because of the clean, uninterrupted drum break at the beginning.
Yeah. So what you're getting is the sound of John Bonham's power, the sound of his kit tuned to be powerful, plus the sound of this room giving this big sound, plus some additional echo on top of that, where you're getting some slapback. It's not slapback echo in the traditional sense, but you're getting, instead of boom bap, you're getting boom boom bap, boom boom bap bap, boom boom bap. You're getting this reverberation that makes the drums carry further than they would than if you heard them dead, right?
Yeah.
What he's playing is one thing, but what you're getting out of the room is this other sound that makes this thing carry further. And because it does, that gives the band room to come in and do what they do. And here we have, again, Jimmy playing some slide guitar, some harmonica on this thing and everything. And again, pretty much a classic blues structure. But nothing has ever sounded like this before. Nothing has ever had this kind of bombast in the drums before this track. There's a reason on an album where Stairway to Heaven isn't the last song, that this one is the last song. Right? For all of the greatness on this album, they chose to close the album with this song, and I think it's because of the way it ended up sounding. It's just immensely huge.
Yeah.
And by the way, they almost never did this live, because you couldn't get this live.
Right. Well, the song was recorded in a different tempo, and then they slowed it down. And then Plant sang it in the sort of in-between key the song was in after slowing it down, which explains the sort of sludgy, flat sound. Particularly on the harmonica and guitar solos, this made it very difficult to accurately reproduce live.
Yeah. All of that.
Yeah. And John Bonham's drums were recorded in a stairwell at Headley Grange with the microphones planted 3 stories up. The drum sound echoed skywards and was captured on the microphones, creating a very innovative and distinctive sound.
Yeah, but it's also about the character of the echo and the reverb. So the real key about Levy is that they had tried to record this song in studios and it never worked. And what made it work is not so much that John Bonham's drum sound was epic, because it was. It's the room sound. It's the echo. It's the way it came back off the walls and reverberation, instead of going, as being just like boom, bap, boom, bap. It was like boom, 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 boom. It was like boom, boom, bap, boom, 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 bap, boom, bap, boom, bap. It had more character to it in this rhythmic response to what the room was providing. You could call it slapback echo in some respects, or just, some sort of reverb. It's beyond what he was playing. It's what's coming back after he plays it that allowed them to have this foundation to lay this otherwise sparse kind of harmonica and guitar part. If you don't have that epic reverberation in this track, it doesn't sound nearly as big. And what they can do over top of it doesn't sound nearly as big.
On top of the room sound, the drums were also fed through a Binson Echo Rack tape echo machine, a device similar to Jimmy's Echoplex. And then the harmonica also comes in, which is also just like fantastic. And,
right.
Lyrics, guitars, everything. It's another classic track, and a hell of a way to close one of the best albums of all time.
Yeah.
What else can we say about the fourth album?
I think what we can say is that it got them back on track with the people who had a problem with the third album. Everybody agreed that they'd righted the ship. If you thought that Led Zeppelin III was a wrong step, they had righted the ship. And it entered a new phase. This is like the beginning of the next phase of Led Zeppelin. You can sort of say the first three albums are one phase. This is the beginning of a new phase. This is now Zeppelin at their absolute peak. And this peak would last until maybe Presence.
Right.
So 71 comes, they do the fourth album. They've been going mad since 1969. 68, if you will. But, now it's been 4 albums between 1969 and 1971. And they take a break. They are the biggest band in the world at this point, and they've earned a break. And unlike in the past and certain other bands where they drove them into the dust like Cream and things like that, Zeppelin had the clout to say, we're taking a break. We're not going to do anything in 1972. So they come back in 1973 with Houses of the Holy, and this is a fantastic album. But it's coming on the heels of Led Zeppelin IV, which is how do you follow Led Zeppelin IV? This is this is the classic scenario of how does Peter Frampton come back after Come Alive, right? How do you do anything that's ever going to be that big and that epic again? Houses of the Holy is a damn good album. It's one of their best albums. It doesn't get the love Zeppelin IV gets, but it is absolutely a great album. And this is still Zeppelin in their prime, Zeppelin at their best. And they start out with the song. The song remains the same.
One thing I think we should also talk about, which we haven't talked about on the previous albums, is the cover, because this one was pretty controversial.
Right. So they tried to do some stuff in the early days. So the first album, we talked about a little bit about the cover in terms of it's the Hindenburg going down in some stylized version in photography that they edited that version. The second album has the implied Zeppelin over it, but it's like Baron von Richthofen's squadron in front of the real photo's in front of a Fokker triplane, but what they've done is they've imposed the Zeppelin characters in this photo and over the people who are the German pilots in the original photo. And so it looks like it's a bunch of early Zeppelin pilots, if you will, on the second album. So that's sort of a stylized version of a doctored photo. On the third album, they tried to do this thing where they had this spinning wheel inside of cutouts and stuff. And that was sort of like, I think they said this was sort of a tribute to some sort of a Farmer's Almanac kind of idea. I can't remember what they called it, but the idea was that there would be cutouts in the outer sleeve, and the inner sleeve would have this circular thing. Like, you know, if you were going to try to dial up certain things on a chart. It was a very expensive album cover, Zeppelin III.
Very psychedelic.
The way they did it. Yeah.
Definitely an album cover that falls out of line with the other ones.
Not really. If you look at it next to Physical Graffiti, where they also did the thing with the cutouts.
Physical Graffiti is the building, right?
Yeah, but you realize if you've ever had it in vinyl, there was an insert with cutouts of the windows.
See, I never had the LP.
Yeah. One of the problems with Presence, the album was delayed by months and months and months because they couldn't get the artwork together.
Really?
Yeah. Led Zeppelin III's original vinyl edition was packaged in a gatefold sleeve with an innovative cover designed by Zacron. Behind the front cover was a rotatable laminated disc card, or Vovelle, covered with more images, including photos of the band members, which showed through the holes in the cover. Moving an image into place behind one hole would usually bring two others in place behind other holes.
Oh, wow. Oh, so it was actually an interactive thing.
Right.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so that was kind of the thing. They had done that kind of
I had no idea.
cover, and it was very expensive.
That's another whole thing that kind of died out when records...
When vinyl went, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have enough room in my apartment right now to have a record player and a whole setup and everything. But I do have a record player sitting in storage, and I do always really enjoy the artwork and, you know...
Yeah, it was a big part of it.
Yeah.
But when we get to Zeppelin IV, Jimmy Page is so pissed off with the press, focusing on everything other than the music, he gets in his head, fuck them, I'm not going to give them anything to focus on other than the music. We're going to give them some abstract photography, and we're not even going to put our name on the album. And like I said before, the record company had apoplexy when they said, what do you mean we can't put Led Zeppelin, the name, on the cover and stuff? Anyway, they had creative control. They were able to do this. It didn't end up being the disaster the record company thought it would. But really, there is nothing to say about the album cover of Led Zeppelin IV other than it's up to you to interpret it how you want to interpret it. It was a council flat building with some interesting rubble in front of it. And a building being torn down, and this painting of the guy with the wheat or the sticks or whatever it was on his back, and it doesn't. What does it mean in the grand context of describing what this album is about? It's completely abstract. It has nothing to do with it. But it also, you can't really detract from the music here, and that was the goal. The goal was let the music stand on its own, and whatever the outside artwork was is sort of incidental.
Yeah. There was actually a Russian bootleg with an improvised cover that kind of looks close, but it's obviously like like some Russian guy. Have you ever seen that one?
I don't think
it's pretty funny.
But by the time of Houses of the Holy, they sign up with Hypnosis, which were the preeminent sort of album cover purveyors of the mid-70s. They did the artwork for Dark Side of the Moon, the Pink Floyd albums. They did it for the Yes albums. They did some of the Sabbath albums. They did bizarre avant-garde artwork of at a time where that was really flying very well with the rock stuff in that era. They did a bunch of the UFO covers. If you go to Google and you go Hypnosis album covers, you will see how prevalent they were at the time in creating artwork for albums of that era. And they come up with this concept for Houses of the Holy of, it turns out there's this rock formation that they used for this, and it was really only
two girls
in her early teens who was naked and climbing up this rock formation, but they reproduced it several times, so it looked like several of them going up this thing. And then they put these weird filters on it, so it had this orange glow to it, and the sky was kind of orange, and it's otherworldly and all of that. And, it was a very artistic sort of endeavor. And, of course, anytime you put anyone naked anywhere, you have backlash in some respects. And, of course, if it's a kid, even though all you're seeing is their butt, you get a backlash. So people were not thrilled with the album cover. The more puritanical people didn't have a good response to that. But in general speaking, it was a Led Zeppelin album when Led Zeppelin were at their prime, and you're still in, an era where this artistic creativity was given a free pass.
And then there's also the inside cover of that album, where it kind of almost looks like someone's getting sacrificed on top of the mountain.
Yeah. So, whether you dug the cover art or you didn't, again, there's no mention of the band name Led Zeppelin on the album sleeve. It's just completely abstract art that they chose, that they wanted to have on their album. They wanted you to focus on the music rather than images of the band or anything like that other people would typically do.
All right, so the album opens with The Song Remains the Same, which is a song that took many listens for me to kind of get into, and I'm not sure if I have figured it out yet. It's a interesting one. It's a weird one.
It is weird, but it is really cool. And Jimmy would play this one on the double neck as well. And it's another sort of epic tour de force guitar moment where he's playing, electric 12 string and electric 6 string, and it would become a big thing live. And then really good bass playing, by the way. And not that there isn't on all the tracks, but there's some really good bass work on Song Remains the Same when you get into the verses. It's a ambitious track for an opening number. It's not one of these more to the point ones like Immigrant Song where it gets in and gets out. It's sort of like starting with a pretty ambitious opener, 5.5 minutes long.
And I do think Robert Plant's vocals sound kind of thin and very high, because I think they were also sped up.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, this is where he's still in his peak, and still able to sing high really well and stuff. And when you get to the movie of The Song Remains the Same, the Robert Plant video part of this is over Song Remains the Same and the Rain Song, which when The Song Remains the Same ends on this album, it goes into the Rain Song. And we've talked a little bit about the Rain Song throughout this podcast and how brilliant that is. It's again, now we're talking an almost 8-minute song.
Very long.
That really takes its time to make its point, and it's a beautiful song, and it's beautiful from its construction, and what Jimmy came up with and the arrangement and everything is really wonderful. And so it's an interesting way to kick off an album. You basically 12-13 minutes in on one sort of like epic run, because Song Remains the Same sort of blends into Rain Song, and it's like two big tracks.
Yeah.
Rather than like starting off with like one high energy track and then moving. It's an interesting choice for an album sequence, that you're starting off with these two tracks. One is sort of a mid-tempo thing that's sort of energetic, and the other one's, again, you're talking about almost a love song or a ballad with Rain Song.
And it features...
That takes it... It really takes its time.
Yeah, and it also features the Mellotron, early day synthesizer.
Yeah.
And what's also interesting that Jimmy Page was a big fan of George Harrison, And
Yeah, this part. Yeah.
and the first two notes.
And George was not a big fan of Led Zeppelin.
Is that so?
Yeah, so George had said something along the lines of, they've never written anything that means anything, or something along that. He slagged them a little bit.
Wow.
So, in the first opening notes of Rain's Song, Jimmy decided he wanted to quote something, the George Harrison song.
First two notes,
from the Beatles. Yeah.
And it's John Bonham put brushes on his drums too in this song.
Yeah, this is John's playing very orchestrally here. It's very much, instead of being like a rock drummer, he's being like an orchestral percussionist. You get timpanis and you get, there's a drum beat eventually, but it's like he's playing orchestral sort of ideas and fills and flourishes to enhance the arrangement rather than to just be, it's not that he's holding down the beat. Throughout most of the song, there is no drums.
And then we get Over the Hills and Far Away.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about an absolute classic that is one of my top 10 Zeppelin songs of all time. It starts off with this acoustic thing that Jimmy came up with, and it goes from there, and it goes into this bizarre solo section where it changes key, and they stay there for a little while, and then they really do this weird way of getting back into the main song. But this is a great song where like this was like a pop hit almost as well. Certainly a radio staple of its time, and Robert Plant sings the shit out of this. And then anytime you ever hear him singing it live, he's ducking the notes.
Yeah.
Live, he never sings the part he's singing on the studio. He is like he's saving his voice to not go way up there and hit those high notes. He's ducking it, and I always found that really disappointing in the live versions of this song. But the studio version of this song is one of the classic Zeppelin songs, absolutely.
Right, and then we get The Crunch, which is a song I don't like at all, to be honest.
This is straight up James Brown funk. This is where this comes from. This is like they started jamming on this funk jam thing, and Robert Plant came in and gave it the vocal. And if you like James Brown, you kind of get where this comes from. And it's tongue in cheek. It's Led Zeppelin playing funk, and I think it's more fun than serious.
Yeah, maybe I don't get
it. Occasionally they would throw this in for a few seconds in the live set. But I mean, this is like, you were coming up on Jamaica as well, which is like, again, tongue in cheek, them playing reggae, right? But the crunge is pretty much a James Brown type groove.
Yeah.
And all these guys were influenced by that. So, and then Robert Plant comes in, and here's Jimmy Page playing some really cool funk guitar licks.
Oh, maybe I need to listen to it more, but I always just find myself getting annoyed when I listen to it.
Yeah, I understand. It's not for everybody necessarily, but I mean, you take it in the spirit of where it was. And, it wasn't meant to be a super serious thing. It was a jam.
Then we get Dancing Days, which is one of my wife's favorite songs of theirs.
Yeah, Dancing Days is weird in that Jimmy had this riff, and Robert Plant is singing this vocal that is sort of a melody that's like it goes from the root to a half step up. It's odd in its construction melodically. So it's built around this half step thing, and it works, and it's kind of quirky and all of that, and it's a good song and all of those things, but it's just a little strange in its construction and a little out there, and not like it's more melodically strident and challenging than most things. If you listen to the way he's singing the vocals over these changes are not really conducive to melodic vocals. So he's left with this narrow corridor to walk down to sing a melody for this song, and it works, but it's definitely sort of a unusual one-off track.
And we get Jamaica. It's a play on
Yes,
Jamaica.
pronounced Jamaica. Pronounced Jamaica, yes. But this is them having a go at reggae and taking the piss on reggae. And the old English joke, did your wife go away on holiday? Yeah. Where'd she go? Jamaica. Jamaica? No. She went on her own accord. It was this stupid British joke. And it went completely over the heads of everybody in America who called it Dire Maker and all of that. And really, this song is a 4-chord song where the lyrics are absolutely nonsensical, and the only thing about this thing that really is magnificent is John Bonham and the way he plays the drums on it. Otherwise, it's kind of a tedious little 4-chord song where Robert Plant's just going oh.
Yeah.
You don't have to. It works. It became this became a radio staple. You'd hear this all the time, and it works because of the greater good of the way it sounds, and John Bonham's drum beats and drum fills. The drum fills in this song are just super, and the sonics of how Bonham sounds in this track is great. But again, this is like this is really like Zeppelin. Again, having a laugh and taking the piss.
I do like the guitar. It's
it's a great little part. Yeah. But I mean, it's just sort of a sort of
tongue in cheek kind of
non-serious, throwaway kind of track. And yet, when they did that stuff and they did it, somehow it still managed to land on its feet.
Yeah, you could. I think I could make the argument that the Crunch and Jamaica are the weakest tracks on this album.
Yeah, I think you could probably say that.
Because after that, we get No Quarter, which is one of my personal favorites. I think that one is just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a staple in the concerts, and it was John Paul Jones's moment to stretch out. For me, it's never been my favorite Zeppelin song, for whatever reason, and that's just personal. It's just like to me, it was always sort of a little too slow and a little too long, but it does have its moments, and it is a great live moment in many cases, and it did become one of their staple songs both live and not so much a radio thing, but I mean it did stay in the live set.
I think it would be too long to. It's not one of those radio friendly songs. Well, then again, Stairway to Heaven became a radio hit, but it's like 7 minutes.
Well, I think one of my problems with No Quarter is it's dynamically it's fairly flat. Where's the energy? When does it come in? When does it go away? It doesn't have like dynamic leaps.
Yeah, that's true.
It starts off slow and the drums come in, they're kind of lazy, but boom, 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 and it maintains this sort of lazy energy throughout the thing.
For me, it's one of those tracks that you can like space out to. It's almost like a Pink Floyd-ish, well, sort of, kind of,
Great track to get high to.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're not doing that, you may find that it's a little dynamically flat.
Yeah. And it's a great. I love the sound of it too. It's a great hi-fi demo track.
Yeah. To me, the thing takes off a little more live, where Jimmy Page takes this ripping solo in the live version in '73, and then it's like ooh, there's something, and it doesn't have that in the certainly not to the same degree of potency in the studio version.
Oh, I quite like the solo in the studio version too. I don't know, it's a unique solo too.
Sure. I think just the live version, the solo gives it an injection of energy that I was so desperately waiting for.
Right. I do like the riff too, like da 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 da. It's kind of classic blues rock.
And the more he plays it with attitude, the better it gets. The more he really makes that riff rude, the better it gets.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It's one of my favorite tracks from the reunion Celebration Day concert.
Mm-hmm.
He plays it with the wah-wah, and it just sounds so
Yeah.
enormous. And then the album closes with The Ocean.
Yeah, which is, again, arguably in the top 5 Zeppelin tracks. Yeah, so John Bonham counts this off, and they rip into this great riff by Jimmy Page, and the drums are epically big. On the remasters particularly, you're hearing every bit of John Bonham's kit. You're hearing his kick drum pedals squeak. It's in there if you listen for it. It's just this massive drum sound and this massive riff, and it just works on every level, and it's really super strong, and it's one of the great Zeppelin tracks of all time. The live version of this song, I don't know how it ended up on the cutting room floor for Song Remains the Same, but the live version of this from 1973 in Madison Square Garden with Jimmy Page like prancing all over the stage. He was like Jakey Lee before Jakey Lee in terms of his persona on stage, the way he, his bravado and how he was playing these licks, and just the balls of being able to lay into this and do whatever you want to do with it, and look so cool doing it, and prance around and really deliver it in a way that was both visual, live, and it's clearly on the studio track as well. You go through this riff thing where it's like you have the main riff, and then there's the verse thing, which is a different riff, and at the end it kicks into a different gear, and you have sort of a jam out.
Yeah.
But it's also Robert Plant singing this song really, really well, and this one just is one of those ones where everything's hitting on the right cylinder. Everything is working absolutely to perfection with Zeppelin, and it hits really hard and lands really well. It was a great choice for the closing track of the album.
And it's also another unusual time signature.
Yep. And this is part of that thing with where I was talking about Jimmy playing off what the drums does, and interacting with the drum parts and turning the beat around here and there and things like that. Everything about The Ocean works.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's about the drums.
And it was dedicated to the audience when they played it live, as the ocean represented the crowd to them,
Right.
All right. Anything else we have to say about this album, The Houses of the Holy from 1973?
It's funny. I feel this album sometimes gets a little overlooked, and it's hard to say that about an album that's sold as many millions as this album has. But in the context of the others, this is... How do you follow up Led Zeppelin IV? Well, this is a pretty good successor, okay? If you look at Zeppelin IV and you say, arguably this is the peak of Led Zeppelin's prowess and creativity. It never got better than 4, right? If you say that, House of the Holy is not that far removed from 4. It's pretty damn good. It's a really good, strong follow-up. And then, we're going to get into Physical Graffiti, which is a double album, so it's nowhere near the concise package of an 8-song album, which 4 was and what this is. Physical Graffiti, they're giving you a double album where they're stretching out all those things and putting in outtakes that didn't make it on other albums and stuff. There's a song called Houses of the Holy on Physical Graffiti that didn't make this, that was the title of this album. Houses of the Holy, the song, comes on Physical Graffiti. It was recorded for this album.
I always thought that was really cool.
Yeah, but you start to think it's like, they're making their editorial choices of like what goes on the album.
Yeah.
Right? And the track that they took the title from didn't make it onto this album. That speaks in part to how strong Houses of the Holy was. And you could say, okay, why put the grunge on this album instead of Houses of the Holy, right? maybe the grunge belongs on the Outtakes album, Physical Graffiti.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it didn't really matter. Um, as far as giving you, a follow-up album to what is probably their best album, this is pretty good. And it's more, like I said, a more concise statement than you get from Physical Graffiti.
And around this time were the drugs already coming in? There was.
Yeah, it's not showing up so much in the musical output. But to believe what you may have read, this is 73 is around the time Jimmy Page is really falling for heroin
Right.
and beginning to really succumb to an addiction to heroin. And it hasn't really affected his playing, it hasn't really affected his songwriting yet, but that would come. And they're still on top of their game here.
Right.
They're still at Led Zeppelin is still, if you want to call the peak 4, they're still at their peak. They're still sort of holding their peak, right, for a little while.
Well, partying really hard in the meantime.
Yeah.
Like this is where it was still like fun and positive for the most part.
Certainly, I think from the creativity side, they were now at a level that, where they could do pretty much whatever they wanted and get away with whatever they wanted.
Right.
And you see some of that stuff in the movie Song Remains the Same.
Like specifically, what are you referring to?
The way they would treat the venues, the way they would, treat the promoters, the way they would, there's a scene in Song Remains the Same where they're chasing this fan who's whacked out on drugs and, they drag him off into a room and it looks like he's going to get a beating.
Right.
It's not so much the Zeppelin people doing that, but it's like, the security people in the venue and stuff. So, this was a crazy time. This was when, 200 and, I guess, what did they say? 200 plus $1,000 went missing from the hotel security box when they played in New York and stuff like that. And the drugs were starting to affect their ability to stay on top of their business.
Right.
And, the people like Peter Grant and Richard Cole, the road manager, they were arrested when that money went missing because, the police were thinking, this is an inside job. Someone from the band ripped off the band and stuff. So it's starting to be quite chaotic now. And it's starting to be such a incredibly large enterprise to take on the road that it's impossible to keep everything running perfectly smoothly, especially when you're, starting to do too many drugs and things like that.
Right.
So this is the beginning of that period where they are so big and their power is so absolute and they're able to do and get away with whatever they seem to want to at this time. But it's not affecting the music yet.
Right. And the next album that comes up is Physical Graffiti, which is one of my personal favorites. I keep coming back to this one, and every time I listen to it, I come to the conclusion that there's a lot there and a lot that I really, really like.
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, if you're a Zeppelin fan, this is one of those moments. It's really hard to point your finger at what the actual peak of the band is, and I don't know that it's any one specific album or any one specific year, but you could say the peak is somewhere, in the 73 to 5 range, maybe. We're still at the, if not the absolute apex of top of the mountain peak, we're still really high up here at this point. And what you get with Physical Graffiti is a bunch of new songs that they were working on, plus a bunch of outtakes and things that were left over from past tracks. The most obvious example of this is the song called Houses of the Holy that wasn't on the album called Houses of the Holy, right? So, we have things that they were working on that were brand new, and then we have some things that have been left around as outtakes that didn't make it on past albums. And when you put it together, you get 15 tracks of things. And this is in the days when people would still put out a live album or a double live album or a double album that isn't the live album. They aren't the only ones who did that. The Rolling Stones did that in 72, I believe, with Exile on Main Street. Elton John put out some double albums. John Lennon put out Double Fantasy. This was something that people did in that era. And this is also the first album where Led Zeppelin is on their own label called Swan Song. Their original deal took them through Houses of the Holy. They were on Atlantic through Houses of the Holy. And now they start their own label called Swan Song. It was a grandiose sort of idea, and I think they did it because the Stones had their own label. And the idea was that they would not only release their own material on Swan Song, but they would also sign other acts that they liked and help other bands get a leg up in terms of like getting on a label where, instead of getting on Atlantic, we like this band and maybe we'll sign them or something like that. So
one of them was Bad Company, right?
Yep, that was one of them. It was the only one that actually did anything, honestly, because again, at this time, Swan Song was a great idea on paper, but the people involved in running the label were not up to the task really, because they were all drugged out and everything else. So it was like you didn't get a lot of support from that label if you were an act on that label. It was a great feather in your cap to be signed to Led Zeppelin's label, but they weren't going to do what it took to really break you, because they were always preoccupied with like making Zeppelin the priority. Michael DeBarz's band, the man who married Pamela DeBarz eventually, his band got signed to Swan Song. But for the most part, as a label, other than with Zeppelin, Swan Song was a humongous failure. But anyway, from there.
But was it beneficial for them to get more money for themselves? Because usually the label takes a good chunk, right? And if you own the label, then you get everything. Or
the story of artists and bands owning labels, whether you're talking about the Beatles with Apple or the Rolling Stones with Rolling Stones Records, the Rolling Stones seem to be smart enough to not sign too many other acts, realizing that this is great for us and our prestige and everything like that, but we don't have the time or the inclination to promote other acts on our label, and we'd have to hire people to do that, and we'd have to go that route. And it's like, then you're setting up a business, and most of these musicians were not interested in being business owners. They were interested in being musicians and artists. And it's like, it's a great idea to say, oh, I love that band, wouldn't it be great if we could sign them? But signing them is just the beginning. Then you have to nurture them. You have to, promote them. You have to do all of the things that is necessary to put a band on the map and to put them on the road and all of that. And, how do you do that when you're about to take off on your own tour? And you're focused on your own career. So, I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time on Swan Song because it's really not that noteworthy, but I mean, this was something that was happening at that time. And the artist that signed a Swan Song, I think you read the thing. Wasn't Sandy Denny one of them? And she was like, they never had any time for me. Peter Grant never had any time for me. And, the people who signed to that label, other than Bad Company, none of them had any success. And I don't think Bad Company's success came from being on Swan Song. It just came from the fact that people liked them.
Let's see, they had Bad Company, Pretty Things.
Yep.
Maggie Bell.
It wasn't Sandy Denny. It was Maggie Bell. Maggie Bell was a big favorite of Peter Grant's and a big favorite of Page and Plant's. And they signed her, and they couldn't figure out what to do with her. They had no idea how to promote her. And you know, you could argue that, you know, if she had been able to sign somewhere else, she might have had a better career. But
let's see, they also had Detective.
I believe that was the Michael DeBar's band. Yeah.
Yes, correct. With Michael DeBar's, Michael Monarch, Bobby Pickett, Tony Kaye, and John Hyde. They also had Dave Edmunds.
Yeah, Dave Edmunds had a minor career, certainly.
Midnight Flyer, Sad Cafe, and Robert Plant, and the last one was Wildlife in the
Right.
early 80s.
So when Robert Plant starts his solo career in the early 80s, Swan Song's still around. So he just signed it. He just put out his stuff on that. But it was just an office building. It was just an office in a building, you know, that was very rarely manned by anybody. If you signed to that label, you were not really going to get a lot out of it. Even though,
except for being associated with Led Zeppelin,
right? There was this little bit of prestige, but when there's nobody at the wheel, how much can they do for you? So anyway, let's not waste any time on Swan Song. But this is the first release of Swan Song, and of course, the Zeppelin albums on Swan Song did just fine because they were Zeppelin albums.
Actually, the first release was Bad Company by Bad Company. Physical Graffiti was the third one, because the second one was Pretty Things it was Silk Torpedo by Pretty Things.
Right.
The third one.
Pretty Things were big in Europe, but never big in the United States. I know, like one of the people who loved Pretty Things the most was Rudolf Schenker from the Scorpions. He was very influenced by those guys. He loved them. They never made any kind of inroads in the U.S. at all. They were fairly successful in Europe, but they were one of those bands that never cracked the U.S. So they were just like regional.
Okay, that's another interesting thing about Led Zeppelin, but not trying to get out on too much on a tangent. But reading through that biography, they seem to be more of an American band, ironically, than a British band in terms of success and popularity, at least in the beginning.
Well, they made their success in the United States first, which was unusual and definitely to their benefit. They weren't the band that like broke in England and then tried to break over in America. They broke in America before they broke in England. And I think part of that was by design and by, you know, trying to do it that way. But they were absolutely tailor-made for the American market.
Yeah, they particularly seem to get a lot of love in California.
They were a band that, like, as soon as they started playing America, the word of mouth was like wildfire. If you Google Boston Tea Party gigs, Led Zeppelin Boston Tea Party gigs, those are some of their, you know, that's East Coast, and you know that was some of the most early, I guess, impactful gigs that they played. That sort of like the word of mouth, traveled from Boston to New York and across the country and all of that. And by the time they got to LA, people were like, when's Led Zeppelin coming? You know, so they
were waiting.
They were, and you know they weren't the only ones who had that happen. A lot of the British bands had that happen, but most of them, you're right, most of them did make it in the UK first, and then they had success in the States. Zeppelin was sort of the opposite because, you know, they signed specifically to a United States label in Atlantic. They got promotion over there first. They were brought over to tour there early. They toured incessantly for the first couple of albums and stuff. So they were making inroads in the United States. And by the time they were blowing up in the States, then the UK sort of says, oh, okay, these are our guys. Let's get them back here. And, you know, they did catch up. Clearly, they caught up everywhere. They were successful globally, ultimately. But unlike a lot of bands, British bands, they did break in the States first.
Right. Okay, well, when we get to physical graffiti, they're already the biggest band in the world.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at this point in time, the top acts in the world are Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, and probably ahead of both of them at this time is Elton John. But yeah,
Really?
really, Elton John was absolutely the king at this point.
Or the Queen?
No, Queen was great, but Queen was Queen, and they were
Yeah.
also very big at this time. Queen snuck in, oddly enough, during the years that the Stones and Zeppelin were kind of like taking time off.
Right.
Queen jumped in and filled that void between like Zeppelin and Stones tours, and they put out stuff. They
Okay.
were they were they were fortuitous in that respect because they weren't like trying to like their first releases were not competing head to head with Stones albums and Zeppelin albums, and they sort of like you know we talked about this. Zeppelin worked very hard in the beginning between two three albums in the first year and a half, right?
Right.
And by the time from 69 to 71, you got four Led Zeppelin albums. Then they took a year or two off, right? They toured
Right.
a little, but I mean, it's like there was no Led Zeppelin in 72, and there was no Led Zeppelin in 73 till the album hit and they did the tour. So in that space, you had an opportunity for somebody else to slip in, and Queen was one of the bands that slipped in. The Rolling
Oh
Stones
wow.
put out Sticky Fingers in 71, and they put out
Yeah.
Exile in 72, and they put out Goat's Head in 73, I believe. So you have these gaps where it's like Zeppelin isn't on the scene right now. They're like sort of like taking some time off while their album sales are still doing well from the thing. Queen emerges during this time.
Right. Well, that's definitely an interesting tangent on a joke I attempted to make.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's true. I mean, if you follow, the origins of Queen, they filled a void in this hard rock genre at a time when Zeppelin was kind of on a hiatus.
We gotta cover Brian May too sometime, by the
Absolutely,
way.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Queen are giants as well, but
Especially those early albums are
oh
serious.
my God, the early Queen albums are great guitar albums. They're so great. But we should really dive into physical here.
Yes. We start out with Custard Pie, and the first thing I noticed there is that Robert Plant sounds different.
How so?
He sounds a little bit more like his voice sounds a little bit rougher in a way. It's like a little bit like when he sings like Custard Pie.
Yeah,
It sounds a little bit hoarse in a way, and
yeah. I think
I always kind of noticed that. And in that biography, I also read that he had like throat surgery because he basically damaged his voice by just singing like a wild man all the time, and he had didn't have like I believe
proper technique.
yeah, and he damaged his voice, and he had surgery on it, and that kind of resulted in a different voice.
Yeah, I think I mean there is something to that. I mean he's still a young man at this point. He hasn't truly lost his fastball yet, but yeah, I think there is something to that. I mean whether it's because it's this particular track and that's what he wanted. He wanted a grittier sound. I don't know, but yeah, he is singing with a level of grit here, and it's a great riff. Okay, let's start with that. It's another great Jimmy Page riff, and a really good opener, and features a lot of his Jimmy's hallmarks as a rhythm player and a riff writer on this one.
Yeah, I think it's a song about pussy, right?
One might conclude that, yes. Yes. So, yes, Steven Tyler wasn't the only one to use euphemisms and innuendo, but yes, I think this is a song that fits in well with the cock rock image of Led Zeppelin, and it's ballsy as hell, and a great way to open this album.
And then we get into the Rover.
Yeah, I actually covered this song in my high school band when I was 16. It's a fun song. He by the way, his voice sounds a lot sweeter here. He's a
That's
lot
true.
clearer here. So I mean, it's not like he's like totally lost his shit. But in this track, it's a more sweet melodic kind of thing. Again, a really good riff that from Jimmy Page to start the thing out. But really, it's the chorus progression with these arpeggiated minor chords and stuff like that makes this thing. And of course, John Bonham also is a big factor in this track. The Rover is a lot of fun.
It was recorded for Houses of the Holy.
Right.
But they didn't
Another
use
one
it.
that didn't make it on the Houses of the Holy.
And it started as an acoustic song. And they wrote it at the cottage.
Broniar?
Yeah.
So that goes back further, right? That goes back
Yeah.
to the Zeppelin III sort of time they were up at the cottage. So yeah, these ideas have been kicking around, and eventually, they'll demo them out or flesh them out and record them, and they've got a lot of extra stuff lying around that ends up on this album.
Yeah. And then the next one we get a serious track called In My Time of Dying.
Yeah, and we played you some clips of this. This is one of the best Zeppelin tracks. In most people's top 5 of all Zeppelin tracks. This is just an epically big, epically good track. 11 minutes and 6 seconds, and it's like it can do it. It's hard to hold your attention for 11 minutes, but this track does that, and it's bluesy. It's one of those tracks where everybody in the band absolutely shines brilliantly.
It's the longest song
on this album. Yes.
Yeah, I think of all the stuff, excluding the live stuff, obviously, but
of the studio tracks, you're right. It could be their longest.
Yeah.
Maybe their longest studio track. It is Jimmy Page's tour de force on slide guitar. Robert Plant absolutely kills this, and this may be my favorite John Bonham track.
Well, the ending was not written when the band started recording the song. They jammed on it and improvised an ending, and you can hear John Bonham say at the end, "That's got to be the one."
That's the one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yes, come in. Yes. And of course the thing with, in my dying cough, at the end, it's like, I love that they let the tape running, and I love that they leave that in. You get a little bit of a sense of the sense of humor of the band in that moment where you've just had this epic thing happen, and they're still just, showing you the personality and all of that. The fills at the end of this, the drum fills at the end of this track are some of Bonham's best. And the drum sound is just humongous. This is a drumming tour de force. This is a guitar tour de force. This is a vocal tour de force. And John Paul Jones is playing fretless bass on this, keeping that low end nasty. All right.
Then we get the Houses of the Holy, which is the name of the previous album.
And you know what? This is a really good riff, and you could...
I love that song.
I do too. And you could make the case that maybe they should have put this on Houses of the Holy instead of the Crunge.
Yeah, there's like both the Crunge and Maker. They could have replaced, if they had replaced those with some of the better songs that they moved to this one.
Well, I think Jamaica did fine for them, and it was a radio hit, believe it or not. But
no, I'm not saying it's a bad song, but it's not as fantastic compared to some of the other stuff they recorded in that session.
Yeah, I mean, it's
an interesting choice.
It's funny. These bands, they make their best guess at what should be the single, right? What should be on the album. Sometimes they're surprised. Sometimes they get it wrong. Sometimes it's not the thing that they thought it was going to be, and it's something else that actually sticks with the public. And
Yeah.
that to this day remains a little bit of guesswork. So this was not unique to them. There's plenty of examples of people whose B-sides became the bigger hit.
Right.
Anyway, so House of the Holy, really good track, actually. Great riff.
You can hear the squeak of John Bonham's drum pedal around 3 minutes. That's an interesting note.
Yeah, I mean, once you get certainly once you get into the remasters that Jimmy did in the 90s, you can hear that squeaky drum pedal in a lot of places, and it's really funny and really fun and really human, and I love that. It's like
it makes it real.
It does.
You know?
It gives it this human quality that's like, my God, the guy's drum pedal's squeaking when he goes, stepping on the thing. It's going squeak, squeak before you get the kick.
Yeah, you need to oil that thing. Yeah, man. And the next one is Trampled Underfoot, which is a track I keep going back to randomly. When I'm driving, I just pull it up often.
So I know I'm in the minority here, but this has never been my favorite Zeppelin track. I've never been a huge fan of this one, but I know a lot of people that are. To me, this is sort of, to me, it's a little monotonous in the non-good way. But I know a lot of people love this. I remember stories of like George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic around this time. They heard this song and they would get on stage and play Trampled Underfoot live, and they loved it because it has that funk groove to it, that sort of funky beat. That it's not like a syncopated funk. It's just like a 4 on the floor funk beat, but it's one of those. This is one of those songs that my father begged me to stop playing when I was a kid. He was trying to work in the other room, and he's like, "Shut that shit off!" It's like,
Well, it is a bit monotonous, but then you get like the keyboard solo that comes in, and it's just
I know, and it's like this one was for the physical graffiti sessions. This was not like an old track left over, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people love this, and it's just never been. It's like I don't hate it, but it's just like it's so low on my list of the Zeppelin songs I like. It's not one of my personal favorites, but I understand why people do respond to it.
Yeah. Well, Trampled Underfoot was probably named after the bass line being a repetitive boom played with a Moog pedal. Moog pedal? You know what it is?
I don't know what they're talking about. There's a lot of there's the Moog Taurus pedals and things like that. I don't hear that in terms of. I'm sure there's a pedal in it if they say there is, but it's like this is bump bump ba da 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 dum bump bump ba da 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 dum for 5.5 minutes.
And normally I don't like that kind of stuff, but this time this is an exception.
Right. And the drums are powerful, but very very much straight and steady. And it's not like it's. I don't find it interesting.
Yeah. Well, I can see
it's relentless, but it isn't interesting necessarily.
I like it for the same reason I like AC/DC,
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I'm in the minority on this track. So this is not one that was, there's a few Led Zeppelin tracks that I just are like, okay. Not my favorite Zeppelin track, but I understand why other people like it. It is a romping, sort of stomping, relentless track, and there's a lot of goodness in just creating a track that's like that.
Yeah. All right, and then next we got a track that I think the world can agree on is amazing.
Yeah, and I think within the band they consider Kashmir their best track, and it's hard to argue with that. All of Stairway to Heaven aside, and all of that. If there's a peak of Led Zeppelin that it comes down to a peak that is one specific song, this is it. I'm not convinced that their peak is that pointed. I think their peak has, there's a peak is a little bit wider than that. But certainly Kashmir is an epically huge moment for them and music. Kashmir is a landmark. Kashmir is a just a different level of track. This is another Stairway to Heaven level moment for a band that had many of them. And the orchestration, the arrangement, all of the elements that come together on this, the drums, while they are not particularly uh, complicated in the most of throughout the most of the song, at the end, like in My Time of Dying, you get these amazing drum fills from Bonham. And again, Page shines, Bonham shines, Plant shines. John Paul Jones does all these Arabian melodies in the thing, and that part of this thing is also epically big. And the riff itself, he's in Dadgad again. He's playing this thing in DAD, GAD tuning, and it's this again relentless riff that builds an enormous amount of tension, and you release this tension. They're not typical choruses. It's just like breaks. This song doesn't have like a typical pop arrangement. This is bigger than that.
Kind of the same as Stairway to Heaven in a way.
It's even less so. You have this thing where it's like you have this relentless riff that keeps turning around on itself. And then what's the chorus in Kashmir? Tell me.
Maybe the instrumental part where it goes da 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 da.
Maybe. And then you get into all this thing where he holds the chord and it's like all I see turns to brown. That's like we have left pop form behind. We're going into something much more complicated than that.
Yeah.
And they pull this off brilliantly. It's 8.5 minutes long. It becomes, from the time they do it, it becomes a staple of the live set. And they do it really well. And they did it really well all the way up through Celebration Day. Their last gig, I believe, they closed with this because they consider this their shining glory.
I believe they closed with Rock and Roll in the Celebration Day one, but it was towards the end for sure, and it sounded massive too.
Rock and Roll was an encore, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So an
technically,
encore.
yeah.
So, but like the closer of the show, this was their moment.
Right. Plant wrote the lyrics in 1973 while driving through the Sahara Desert on the way to the National Festival of Folklore in Morocco. Kashmir is in southern Asia, and he was nowhere near it. In Mojo magazine, September 2010, he explained, Kashmir came from a trip Jimmy and I made down the Moroccan Atlantic coast from Agadir to Sidi Ifni. We were just the same as the other hippies, really.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's Northern Africa, and he's given it, a title that's from, this region between India and Pakistan.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't change anything about it.
No, it's got this exotic flavor, and it's great. And yeah, I mean,
yeah, what else can we say about it, man?
One of the greatest tracks of all time in rock, and one of their very best tracks. Again, in everybody's top 5 of Zeppelin, right?
Yeah. And the live version on Celebration Day in particular sounds just so grand and huge, Probably has to do with the modern recording techniques and stuff.
Right, but there's like clips of them doing it in Earl's Court in '75 where it's pretty freaking epic too.
When they were at their peak, too.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty great then too. And like I said before, Jimmy sometimes plays this on the Down Electro. He sometimes play it on a Les Paul. But sounds great. So if that wasn't big enough, then we have In the Light, which is a little longer than Kashmir. And this is another this one's kind of like one of those overlooked gems. In the Light is freaking humongously epic. It's really big. This is mostly John Paul Jones on this track.
It starts
with that organ.
with the psychedelic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like I remember playing this song in college, and I was a bass player at that time, and my roommate was my guitar player. We had a full Marshall stack in our tiny little dorm room, and for whatever reason, we decided every now and then we would pipe our stereo through the Marshall stack. And 8 12-inch speakers and 100 watts of tube power.
That'll
and
do it.
We would put In the Light through the 812s and stuff and listen to it and go, while we're, getting high and everything and just going, whoa. And it's like, it was, and like, it was, regardless of whether you do it that way or you're just listening through earbuds or whatever, In the Light is one of those moments where it's just, this track has so much going on in it, production wise.
Yeah.
And so many parts and so many overdubs and the Jimmy Page guitar army and like so many things going on. It's a great track that is an album cut. It's really not, like a single or anything. It's really slow to develop. It takes its time. It does what it needs to do to get there. But by the time you're getting to the outro choruses and things like that, there's so much going on in this song where Robert Plant's going la 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 in the light, and then you listen to what's going on, and it's like one guitar, two guitars, three guitars, four guitars, echo, 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 and you're getting like repeats and all of these things, and it's like one of those stoner moments where people just like go, "Whoa!" There's so much going on here in this track.
I think it's also a good example of just these guys at arguably their creative peak with unlimited time, unlimited money, basically.
Right, and pursuing vision in a way that like they can just say, let's see what happens, right? And sometimes it lands and sometimes it doesn't, but this is this is a standout track for me on Physical Graffiti, and it's not the most obvious one, let's put it that way.
I agree. It's also a high point for me. Also, Plant's voice in the beginning with the echo on it and like double tracked or triple tracked, who knows how many. Like his voice just kind of doubles in the beginning.
I would love to see, like, when they do like these videos of like classic albums, I would love to see what the tracks were like on In the Light. I would love to see how they mix that and which things were on which tracks, how many tracks they used, how many tracks they bounced down to. This was like, I'm sure they were doing 24 track by this time, but there was so much going on in this as a production. That's just really fascinating to me.
It's another good example of like which other band ever did stuff like this.
Queen. You get this with Bohemian Rhapsody and like the Prophet song, but you don't get it a lot of other places. In 75, right? You're talking about now we have 24 track studios, right? Still analog, but 24 tracks. So
for those who don't know, you got basically like 24 mono tracks that you can record on and mix on. So,
right, and the drums will take up 6 to 10 of them, right? So the rest of it's like for vocals and guitars and whatever else, keys. On this thing, you got this Hammond organ thing going on, and there's more than one Hammond organ on this thing. This is a very dense track, and if you've ever heard some of the Queen stuff like Bohemian Rhapsody, obviously everyone's heard that, but things like the Prophet song, which probably has more tracks than Bohemian Rhapsody, you get into these things where like you have these really densely packed musical tracks, and they'll throw a lot of stuff on it and then they'll bounce it down so that they can free up some tracks. These days we don't have to do that. All the tracks are digital. You can have as many tracks as you want, pretty much.
You can have 100 if you want.
But in these days, let's say you record the drum one 6 tracks, right? Once you get the drums sounding great on 6 tracks, you would bounce that down to a stereo pair. So you have it on 2 tracks. You free up 4 tracks. And those 4 tracks you can use for something else.
Right. So that's how they would do it.
That's how they would do it.
Just layer it and kind of
And at a certain level, you're talking about a degradation of analog tape, but these guys knew enough of like when they could get away with it and when they were pushing it a little maybe too far. Now you can have, like you said, it's digital. There's no degradation. You can have as many tracks as you want and all of that, as long as you have the CPU power to push your computer. Doesn't matter how many tracks you want, but
that's just like basically how much money you have to spend on CPU power.
Right, but I mean, it's like I said, if your drums are on 6 tracks and you bounce them down to 2, you lose a little something, right? In the analog days, you lose a little something. Now you don't lose anything, and now you don't even have to bounce them down. But that's the way it was then. And In My Time of Dying has a really lot of things going on in that track. If you just listen to it and say, okay, the first couple times I'm going to listen to it and listen to the song. Once you're done listening to the song, listen to what's going on in that track. Put on some headphones and listen to all of the things that are going on that track that have nothing to do with the song. How many guitars can you pick out? How many keyboard parts can you pick out? How many vocals did Robert Plant double? And it's a dense track full of information.
The whole thing you described there about bouncing tracks down to 2 stereo tracks and the degradation of tape and all that, that's really interesting. That's like a whole audio engineering niche field that those guys became experts in, and that's gone now, Well,
it's in one respect, it's great that it's gone because we don't have to be restrained by that anymore. On the other hand, the people who were doing that in that era said it forced them to make choices. You don't have to make any choices anymore till the very end. You can record everything and just at the end choose what you want, what you don't want. In those days, you had to sort of say, let's make the decision, we'll do this. And then you had to print it. You'd bounce it and re-record it. And like at that point, you were like committed.
Yeah, no way back.
No way back. Right. So both eras have their pluses and minuses, of course. But like we talked about things like Sgt. Pepper's being done on 4-track, where they brought in the second 4-track and tied it together and they had 8-track. Right. And so you had 8 tracks to play with. And if you listen to Sgt. Pepper and you think about like how they got that done with just like 8 tracks, crazy stuff.
Pretty incredible, yeah.
Yeah, that's the innovation part of this whole thing, the genius of studio innovation. And now people aren't forced to make those decisions. Now you record everything, and at the end you choose what you want to actually use.
Yeah, I wonder if that was probably also part of why music surely affected the whole creative process.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point at which time you have too many choices.
Yeah, you need some restraint.
Right. You need to be able to say, I'm going to make a decision and we're going to toss this bit. Anyway, In the Light is a landmark production moment for me. It's one of those things where it's just like there's so much ear candy going on in that track that I enjoy listening to, and just like things spinning in and out of the mix at different times. It's just great. I mean, as a song, it's a good song, but for me, the production actually outshines the song.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
So, like, if Kashmir's an A+ song with great production, In the Light is maybe a B+ song with A++ production.
Right. That's a great headphones song.
Yes. You will not appreciate
412 100 watts.
No,
Marshall,
because that was still mono. You won't appreciate In the Light unless you're listening to through headphones. You won't.
That's true for a lot of Zeppelin
You won't
stuff.
truly appreciate it unless you're listening to it through headphones. And by the way, this was at a time where most cars had one speaker in mono on their dashboard, and it was mixed for AM radio, right? And if you listen to this stuff in stereo through headphones, you're going to get a much different listening experience than if you heard it in your car trying to compete with your car engine in mono, you know. So then we move on to Bronior, which is just another gorgeous Jimmy Page acoustic number with this big ambient room sound and stuff. And I remember watching Song Remains the Same, and this is the moment that like they're in the limos together. I think Jimmy and Robert in one limo, and Bonzo and John Paul Jones are in another limo, and they're driving through New York City, and this is the soundtrack to that, and that's what always comes to mind when I hear Bronior, is that moment in that movie. But Bronior is just, again, Jimmy on an acoustic with this huge acoustic sound, with this echo and this room ambience. It's just wonderful. It's a quickie thing. It's 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and just a little interlude.
It was recorded in 1970 for the third album, actually.
Yep, that makes sense. That's where they were at Broniar, the little cottage.
Yeah, and there's string squeaks and some small mistakes, but they kept it in there because Jimmy Page liked it to keep the feel.
Yeah, they were never they. I think on some levels this is where Van Halen got their philosophy of like leaving the mistakes in, because Zeppelin would do that, and they just like leave these little things in that made it a little more human.
And then we get Down by the Seaside, which is another song that I absolutely love.
To me, this is one of the weakest songs in the catalog. I don't really love this one. I'll be honest with you. This is not a Zeppelin song I love. It's interesting, but I don't think it's personally, I don't think it's a particularly strong song. I think, you get some interesting guitar work, and you get a little bit of that, pedal steel thing and all of that. And of course you get this vibrant tremolo guitar thing where he's going ba 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 ba. You hear the guitar going whoa 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 whoa. The tremolo effect on the
Yeah.
guitar. It's this big thing. I just don't think this. I would have understood why this was tossed off an album. On Physical Graffiti, it's fine because we have some outtakes here. I just don't think this is a really strong Zeppelin song. But
Yeah, maybe compared to the other stuff, but every time I hear it, I really enjoy it,
yeah, that's fine. It's like this is opinion at this point. And then we have 10 Years Gone, which is another understated epic in some ways.
Interesting chord progressions.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And Jimmy obviously had this wonderful acoustic thing worked out. This song gets a little ambitious in the bridge, but beyond that, I mean, it's like, really, you can go there. It's like it's almost awkward when it goes to the bridge, but they make it work, and then it does this twisty turnaround and gets back into the main thing and the main theme. This is a great track. It's another one of the big songs on this album, and it's got a much more quiet vibe to it and a much more ballady vibe to it.
It's got a long intro.
It does, but I mean, you could argue
it really
you could
builds,
argue that the intro is the strongest part.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. You can make the argument this is kind of like when Eddie Van Halen would write a song that was great guitar wise, but it really put the singer on the spot to come up with a part that would work. And I think that's happening here too. Like in parts of this song, the arrangement is sort of on shaky ground a little bit. It works, right, but it's like, ooh, interesting choice, rather than like, yeah. So I love the song. It's a unusual arrangement. It has some unusual twists and turns. And again, it's one of the big songs. They were able to pull this off live quite well, though. There's great examples of this live, and I think he also Jimmy Jimmy used the B bender on this. This is where he would do that thing with the Telecaster with the B bender on it. He would yeah.
Explain what a B bender is.
Yeah, we did that in the earlier video, I think. In the last clip or something, we talked about this thing.
Yeah, so it's basically you pull the guitar strap.
You push down on the neck, and it bends. It's like if you push down on the neck against the guitar strap, the B string would bend.
That whole thing never really caught on, right?
No, there's only been a few people ever used it. And Jimmy was one of them.
Jimmy Page used 14 guitars to overdub the harmony section.
On 10 Years Gone?
Yeah, it was originally intended to be an instrumental number.
Yeah, this is the Guitar Army that we keep talking about. I mean, I don't know how many guitars he must have used on In the Light, but if he used 14 on this one, again, remember, 24 tracks, right? So 14 guitars, that means he had to sort of like free up tracks, track 14 guitars, bounce them down so that he could free up more tracks. He might have done them like, 3 or 4 at a time or something like that, bounce them down and redo it. But there's lots of stuff going on here. This is another one of those big productions where you hear that.
And John Paul Jones used a strange 3-necked guitar and bass pedals to play the song live.
Mm-hmm.
It became too much of a chore, so they dropped it from their set list in 1977, but they brought it back when they opened and closed the Knapworth Festival in 1979. And Robert Plant says in an interview that it was meticulously assembled from different sections written by Jimmy. After the tremendous focus dedicated to such a song, we played anything to warm ourselves up. This is how Trumpet Underfoot and Custard Pie were born.
Yeah, but those are comparatively simple riffs, right? There's nothing simple here. This is an ambitious track.
Yeah, so they would just jam out randomly before playing this one, and this is how they came up with Trumpet Underfoot and Custard Pie. Right. That's kind of funny. All right, then we get Night Flight.
Yeah, Night Flight is one of those ones that I find is completely filler. This is a John Paul Jones song. It's not a bad song, but there's nothing about it that's particularly memorable and sticky. It doesn't have a solo from Jimmy Page. It's okay, but it's just there. It's not one of those ones that you go, ooh, that's wonderful. This is sort of like an also-ran track from Led Zeppelin on Physical Graffiti.
Yeah, it was intended for the 4th album, but they decided to not put it on there.
And then you get the Wanton song, which is badass as hell. The Wanton song is kind of like the Immigrant song done better. This, when I first got to see Jimmy Page and Robert Plant finally perform together after missing out on, the tour where Bonzo died. It was the first Page Plant tour. They opened up the set with this song, and I lost my mind. It was so cool. This is a great riff. This is, a root octave riff, just like the Immigrant song, but it's like they take it further. And then Robert Plant's vocals on this are wonderful and epically huge. And he is one of his best screams at the very end of this thing. And then there's the part that we played in when we're talking about his rhythm style, where it goes ba 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 da 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 da. That thing is just so epically powerful when he's synced up with the drummer like that.
Oh, yeah.
This song is one of my very favorite up-tempo rocker Zeppelin songs. It's a little over 4 minutes long. It's not overblown and epic. It's just a big-time punch to the jaw. And again, everybody shines on this one.
It's also one of Robert Plant's favorites.
Yeah. He's just immense on this. That scream he does at the end, that thing, he's just like it's crazy good. It's crazy good. And the only thing I would say about this song is like there are some chords in the turnaround that Jimmy plays that are just absolutely avant-garde weird, and learning those is kind of like, ooh, that's a little tricky. And, unless you're doing it all the time and going to be playing it in your set all the time, that's like, ooh, that's he went there. You wouldn't think of that. I mean, it's like the riff is fairly simple. It's like I said, it's a very much a root octave figure, and you have this descending chromatic thing. You got this sort of figure where he's doing this da 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 da, which Aerosmith would pick up later on for like Sweet Emotion and things like that. And these are the kinds of Jimmy Page rhythmic trademarks that are so much about what he is and what he does.
The drums are also a big highlight for me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, then we get Boogie with Stu,
Right.
and that almost sounds like an Elvis song in a way.
Well, Boogie with Stu is Ian Stewart, the Rolling Stones pianist, who was the unofficial sixth member of the Rolling Stones ever since they formed, and he was a great what they would call boogie woogie piano player. And for whatever reason, they were all jamming on this, and Ian Stewart was down there, and he was jamming with Led Zeppelin, and they recorded this thing just for fun. And it's a weird one-off outtake track kind of thing, but it's got a lot of character to it, and it's a lot of fun. And of course, Robert Plant's vocal makes it more fun. And it's the band jamming with Ian Stewart, and Ian's playing this boogie woogie piano. And you have an album with 15 tracks on it, you can put this on there. You have an album with 8 tracks on it, maybe you don't. But with 15 tracks, you can throw this on there, and it's a nice little respite. It's fun and everything. And of course, you have John Bonham's big ass bass drums, sound going through this thing. So
Yeah. Well, Robert Plant played guitar, and Jimmy Page played the mandolin on this one.
cool, very cool.
And yeah, like it was recorded when Led Zeppelin was set up in Hadley
Yep.
Grange. They were using the Rolling Stones mobile recording unit, and Stu stopped in.
Yep.
There was an old piano in the main room that was slightly out of tune. Stu was playing it, and Jimmy Page was tuning his guitar to how the piano was out of tune. Tape was rolling, and everything was pretty much improvised, from Bonzo's drumming to the lyrics Plant was singing.
Yeah, it's a fun track that's sort of like, you say it's a happy accident, but it's better than a happy accident. It's better than that, but it's just a fun little moment in time.
Right, then we get Black Country Woman,
Yeah.
which was an acoustic song they recorded in Mick Jagger's garden in 1972. It was intended for House of the Holy.
This one's all about Robert Plant and John Bonham, in my opinion. It's a great little guitar figure, but it's nothing particularly interesting on the guitar. It's Robert Plant's vocal that makes this, and then when John Bonham kicks in with his drums, this is a great track from that sort of like acoustic bash kind of feel that they would do every now and then. And they would kind of, sometimes they would do this one live and stuff. But I love this track. This one's a lot of fun. And again, it's sort of like that different flavor of Zeppelin that you get. And then the album closes with Sick Again, which is a song that I have mixed feelings about. Sick Again. There are times I hear it and I'm like, that's really cool. And there are times I hear it, it's like, just, it sort of grates. This is another one of those ones where it's like Jimmy came up with this interesting guitar part, and it may not be the best thing in the world to sing over.
Robert Plant's kind of hard to hear in the mix sometimes.
There's a good clip of this from the Seattle show where it's like it's pretty badass, but it's just again, on a 15-track album, not everything can be a standout, and I don't think this is a standout. Sick Again, I think, remained a favorite of the band, whether or not the audience was really with them and rather saying this was a favorite. They liked playing it. They played it, I think, in 75, and I think they played it again in 77. So they enjoyed playing it. But I'm not convinced that this is like, a standout track.
So Physical Graffiti has a cover of Manhattan building, a building
Yep.
in Manhattan.
Yep, it's on St. Mark's Place.
96 and 98 East 8th Street, Manhattan.
Yeah. That's where the photography was taken. Okay. So you have this thing where, you're showing the front of a building. The problem with Physical Graffiti and how it was rolled out and released was the album cover was so ambitious because it was a double album where you had the cover design was showing you this front face of this buildings in New York City, and each window is cut out. It's a cutout in the album cover, and behind that were the letters that spelled out the words "physical graffiti." And if you messed around with the album covers, you'd see different things through the window cover. The cover concept was so complicated; it delayed the album release by a significant amount of time.
Yeah,
And
so
they kept asking, the press kept asking Led Zeppelin, when's the album coming out? And they're like, we're having trouble with our windows.
you'd see pictures of W.C. Fields, Buzz Aldrin, with the snapshots of the members of Led Zeppelin and photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald, Marcel Duchamp, and Pope Leo the 14th.
Yeah, so this was sort of like similar to the Led Zeppelin III cover, where it's like you have cutouts in the outer sleeve that are like, within the inner sleeve. If you mess around with it, you'll see what, different things within the inner sleeve. It was a very ambitious album cover. And the artwork held up the release of the album once the music was done because they were trying to make it work properly.
Well, we said this before about the third album and other cool albums that the whole cover art thing of the LP era was a really cool thing, and kind of
you had to have good album artwork in those days. Yeah, because it was vinyl and 12 by 12 sort of format, and
it was big.
Yeah, it was no internet to like go look up the band and stuff. So this is how you presented yourself to the world with this artwork. This is what your creative vision was, one way or another, whether it was like the White Album with nothing on it or something that very elaborate. You were making a statement with your album art in those days. Okay, so we come up to 1976 and the album Presence. And we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the events that led up to Presence and the tragedy of the car accident in Greece, where Robert Plant was on vacation and he and his wife were in a car accident and both severely injured. Robert Plant and his wife managed to survive this accident, but Robert Plant ends up in like a mostly big body cast from his feet up to his chest.
Yeah, that really messed him up badly.
It really messed him up badly, and they're getting ready to getting ready to go into the album, go into the next album, and he has to sing. They would wheel him into the room on a two-wheeler, and he would sing his parts even though he was standing there in a body cast. He would sing his parts, and he did a great job on Presence, but this was a physical challenge for him, certainly. And a lot of people consider Presence sort of the Jimmy Page album, in that it's like this album is the most Jimmy Page in terms of its sonics, its construction. It's not that it isn't a Led Zeppelin album, but he is certainly the driving force here. There are people who consider this almost like a Jimmy Page solo album. It's not that. It really isn't that. But like when we talk about In Through the Outdoors being a John Paul Jones album, this is kind of the Jimmy Page album.
There's a lot of guitar.
There's a lot of guitar. He's definitely at his height of his heroin addiction on Presence. And he manages to do this album at Musicland in Munich in 18 days. Just barely he manages to finish this album. The Stones had Musicland booked. He has to call Mick Jagger and says, look, we're running a little late. Can you give us like an extra few days before you come in here and you guys record your album? And Mick said, sure, we'll give you a few days. And so Jimmy Page stays up for like 18 days nonstop making this album, and he's doing nothing but blow and heroin. And for all of that drug use, this is a really guitar heavy, guitar good album in that respect.
I love this album.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. It's the Led Zeppelin album that's like, you want when you've heard all of the classic stuff to death and you want a little bit of change up, you put on Presence and it really delivers the goods. Doug Aldrich told me that. He's like, I've heard all the Zeppelin stuff so much. I think at this point Presence is my favorite because it's like a breath of fresh air.
You could kind of say that it's the opposite of the third album. The third album is a lot of acoustic. This is all like electric in a way.
Right. And we have some great tracks here. Really great tracks here.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, the idea that, if you think about this was made under adverse conditions. They didn't know whether Robert Plant would ever be able to tour again. They didn't know whether he would ever really walk again. And
Yeah, there was a moment where they thought he might be not able to walk ever again.
Right. And I mean, it's it's great that he did, and it's great, but it's not that it didn't take it out of him. He was never quite the same. But certainly he's been able to perform, obviously. But he was in rough shape. And I remember reading the story. There was a time he fell over in the studio. They were afraid he broke his hip again or whatever it was, because he keeled over in this body cast, and everyone was like, "Oh shit!" And they rushed in and they propped him up again. But anyway,
and the whole story about the accident itself, they had like a basically private plane fly in from Greece,
fly him out, get him back to the UK where they could actually operate on them. Him, and more seriously, his wife was in worse shape. Robert was just like banged up. His wife was like, near death. Yeah. So it was a really stressful time for the band. And we didn't even go into the part where his son Carrick had died of blood disease earlier, and that's covered in that book we've been talking about.
And Jimmy Page not showing up for the funeral.
Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones did not show up for the funeral. So Carrick Plant, who you see in the footage of The Song Remains the Same, this little boy who had Robert's blonde locks, he had the same exact hair as his father. He was obviously the apple of his father's eye. They're out on tour, and this kid somehow contracts this rare blood disease and dies, and they cancel the tour.
He was 5 years old, right?
Yeah, something like that. Just a little boy. And they cancel the tour, and they all go back. And Robert Plant holds the funeral, and John Bonham shows up, but nobody else from Zeppelin does. And after that, that's when the power in the band shifted. In Jimmy Page, the definitive biography, the guy talks about this as being like one of the moments where the power shifted in the band, because from that point on, don't forget, Jimmy Page is on heroin at this point. He doesn't give, junkies don't give a hell about too many other things. So when Plant's kid dies and Jimmy Page doesn't show up at the funeral, and John Paul Jones doesn't show up at the funeral, and I don't think Peter Grant showed up either, I think Robert Plant was like, fuck these guys. I'm the singer in this band. I can leave anytime I want. And without wishing his kid to have died, the power shifted. This had always been Jimmy's band. And now it's now Robert Plant saying, you know what? I'm not that invested. You guys didn't show up for me. You didn't show up for my family, my kid. What if I walk? And they knew that at that point, by 75, you're not replacing Robert Plant and Zeppelin. He's a bona fide rock god at the top of the mountain at that point. There's no replacing him at that point.
It was between Physical Graffiti and Presence.
Yes.
Yeah, so a lot of big things in their personal life going on between these two albums.
Yeah, and this is where the wheels start coming off the bus, frankly, between the drug use and the interpersonal of these kinds of things, and the fact that you're having all of these stressful things happen. All of a sudden, your singer is in jeopardy. your guitar player goes into the studio and really pretty much finishes this album on his own. And it's amazing that the album turned out as well as it did, given the fact that Jimmy was all strung out on heroin.
Yeah, the description of his state of being during that recording was insane. It's pretty amazing that his heart didn't explode during the during the mixing and mastering of this album.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to how much he still was into the music and into, being in this creative mindset within this band, that this album turned out as well as it did, and that he played as well as he did on it. He was still playing very well. Not, we know that when he went out on tour for this album in 77, he was really shaky at times and he was having health problems because of the drug use at this time. But the album stands up. And we start off with Achilles' Last Stand, all 10 and a half minutes of it. And this is an epic track.
It is.
It's absolutely epic. And this is Jimmy's Guitar Army at its best. And this is this ridiculously good epic track. And a lot of people point to this as sort of like Zeppelin as proto-metal. It's a little progressive. It's a little metal. It's got a lot of drama in it. The drums are ridiculous in this thing. And it's one of his very best guitar solos. We talked a little about this earlier, where like John Paul Jones had said, I don't know what you're going to do over this progression. And Jimmy said, no, trust me, I got this. I know what I'm going to do. And he ripped out one of his very best lengthy guitar solos over this thing that is just a melodic masterpiece.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He got 6 guitar tracks overdubbed.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guitar album, a really guitar heavy album with lots of guitar tracks doing lots of heavy lifting throughout the entire album.
And also the drums are great, vocals are great, everything's great.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting part is that the vocals are as good as they are, given that Robert Plant cut most of this stuff in a full body cast. You try to imagine that, and it really did come out good. And then you move on to For Your Life, which is a really heavy, sleazy track. It's not so much the big epic, but it's like this really nasty, grimy lick that works so well. And it's got, a bluesy sort of flavor to it and everything. Again, a lot of this is Robert Plant, but the guitar parts on this are just terrific.
Yeah, I love that song.
We played a little of this in our tone section when we talked about Jimmy Page's epic tone on Celebration Day. They hadn't really played this song live till Celebration Day. And then he busts out the black Les Paul Custom with the Bigsby on it. And the sound is just immense. And you get that. I mean, we played the track already, but it's just like, it was so cool to hear it live finally, because they didn't play. This was not one they played live. And it's just, really nasty, really sexual, and really big.
He used a 1962 Fender Stratocaster in the recording of the album version. It's about a friend of Robert Plant who got into drugs. Wonder who the friend was.
Could have been anybody in those days.
And then we get Royal Orleans.
Yeah, they were spending a lot of time in New Orleans at that time, and Jimmy and Robert really loved hanging out in New Orleans, and it was influential on them as writers and stuff like that. It's a good song. It's got this sort of stop-start rhythm thing that Jimmy was known for. Nice riff. It's a quick song. It's a 3-minute song, but it's kind of like an album track rather than a single.
Yeah, the song is about a guy who picks up a drag queen and discovers the next morning that the person is a guy.
Right, and that was John Paul Jones.
When they liked to hang out at gay bars in New Orleans because they were more fun and they didn't get hassled for autographs.
There was also a story that John Paul Jones was hanging out with some drag queen and he didn't know it was a drag queen. Not that he was not. I'm not suggesting he was cheating on his wife or anything like that, because I think he did remain true to his family, but like he was like hanging out with what he thought was a chick. So maybe that was part of the impetus for that song. I don't know.
And then we get Nobody's Fault But Mine, which is one of my favorite tracks of that album.
Great Zeppelin track. Yeah. This is Jimmy and Robert playing off each other, singing the riff together, singing and playing the riff together. Everything about this track is wonderful.
When the drums also come in, it's
This is a great track from Zeppelin.
It was funny. I was listening to this at work, and one of my colleagues was saying, like, "Hey, is this Guns N' Roses or something?" I was like, "No, man, that's Led Zeppelin. These are the original guys."
GNR before GNR, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those songs I keep coming back to.
Yeah, it is a really good one.
And they did it on the Celebration Day album too, and it really sounds great there too.
Right, and they would play. This was one of the ones they would play live every now and then, and they did play it, like you said, Celebration Day. But this was one that did make the live set every now and then, so not as big a deal. So Candy Store Rock, you get sort of like this bizarre slide riff with Jimmy and Robert doing sort of like an Elvis vocal kind of thing. And to me, this is filler. It's not a bad song, but it's not like one of the better tracks on the album. It's kind of like the filler track.
Robert Plant really likes this. He considered it one of his favorites, it says. Right, then we get Hot On For Nowhere. Gotta listen to that too for a sec.
Nice. It's got a great beat.
It's funny, I just need to hear 1 second and I'm like, oh yeah, it's that one.
Yeah, but I mean, there's something to this where we have to listen to the track to remind us which one it is.
Yeah.
As opposed to the ones that we know by heart. So there's something to that. And it's like, this is sort of like a funky rhythm thing. It's great from that perspective. And this is a good song. I like this song too. It's really cool.
Timeless.
It is. But again, it's not what I would call a standout track on this album. As good as it is. It's not For Your Life. It's not Achilles' Last Stand. It's not Nobody's Fault.
Right. Well, Plant said that lyrics reflected not only his physical trapped situation at the time, but his general frustrations with Jimmy Page and Peter Grant, whom Plant was convinced were insensitive to his point of view. Hence the line, I got friends who would give me fuck all.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to that thing where it's like Peter Grant and Jimmy Page are so much into heroin at this point that they're not really attuned to the fact that their singer is looking for camaraderie from them and is not getting it. This is where the drugs are tearing this band apart. And whether you hear it in the actual recorded output or whether you hear it in the lyric, it's a different story. But like, this is Robert Plant saying, I am now an employee. I'm doing my job. I'm doing it well. But these people who I was hoping I could rely on as brothers are too out of it to be supportive for me, whether it's my kid dying or anything else.
The love is gone, so to speak.
Right. And then the last song on this album is super underrated.
I love that track.
T for One is a humongously slow blues number, 9.5 minutes long almost. And it's really, they take this slow, laborious time to do a blues number, and it's super heavy. and it's the best blues they've done since I've been loving you. It's not since I've
I
been
agree
loving
with
you,
that.
but
Yeah.
it's to me it's better in some respects than the ones they did on the first album. It's better than I Can't Quit You Baby. It's better than You Shook Me. This is Jimmy and Robert again going back to their blues roots and just really milking the hell out of a really slow blues, and they do it really well.
Yeah, it's I guess the classic Led Zeppelin blues song to close out the album. And we also need to talk about the cover. We didn't talk about the cover yet.
Yeah, so this is another Hypnosis cover. We talked a little bit about Hypnosis before. Hypnosis did the Houses the Holy album cover. I don't think they did the Physical Graffiti cover, but they did do this one. And you have the object, the big black obelisk thing in the middle of the table and stuff. And this is sort of a one of those classic abstract things that Hypnosis came up with for the album. We talked about Hypnosis in the Black Sabbath Tony Iommi podcast because
Yeah,
they
be
did
sure to check that one out
yeah,
if you haven't
yeah,
already.
yeah. But Hypnosis were doing a lot of album covers for a lot of acts at those times. Hypnosis is responsible for Dark Side of the Moon and um, House of the Holy and almost all of the UFO covers that are interesting, and I think a few of the Yes albums too. So they were a art collective that would do album covers on commission from the bands, and this is what they came up with for Presence. This black obelisk kind of thing that becomes the central focal point in a bunch of photographs on the Presence cover.
And no one really, it's never explained what it is, right?
It's called The Object.
Yeah, it's this happy family sitting around this black thing.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like a big obelisk, basically.
They ever talk about what it might mean, or?
No, I think they just let Hypnosis come up with this thing, and they just said, okay.
All right, and then we get In Through the Outdoor. And if the previous album was Jimmy Page album, this is the John Paul Jones one.
Yeah, and this is the album where Jimmy is most missing in action from any of the Zeppelin albums. This is where Jimmy is almost an afterthought on this album. It's not that he's a total afterthought, but I mean, it's like the man who really held this thing together with his creative vision and iron fist is so crippled by heroin addiction at this point. He leaves most of this album to John Paul Jones and Robert Plant. And in some respects, you get a less dark, poppier album with some, much more single kinds of songs. But his Jimmy's absence on this is sort of palpable. It's not that he's not here; he is, but I mean, it's just like he is so diminished at this point by heroin that he's conspicuously absent on these tracks. And we start off with In the Evening, which is probably the one that he's most present on.
Good riff.
It's a good riff, and it's a very Jimmy Page sort of idea. And it's got that, that sort of heaviness that Jimmy brings. And he's playing a Strat here, of all things, with a whammy bar. And this one is the most Zeppelin-ish from, if you want to look at the back catalog and say, how do we connect this album to the back catalog? This is the track that is the most sort of Zeppelin-ish of all of the tracks on this album, in that it still has some of that swagger and feel from Jimmy.
The lyrics are about how the rich and famous are still exposed to pain and suffering, just in different ways.
Right.
And Jimmy Page used a drone effect to create a guitar sound similar to what he did on In the Light, but instead of using a bow on the guitar, he used a gizmotron.
So we're in Southbound Suarez, right? And I'm here, the Elton John fan, and I'm listening to this, and I'm like, this sounds like an Elton John song. This sounds like Yell Help from one of Elton John's albums called Rock of the Westies. It starts off with this piano vamp. It's very much like an Elton thing, and it's like this, but it's like this is Zeppelin. There's no guitars here, and there's no Jimmy Page influence here, and Robert Plant and John Paul Jones do a great job on this, but it's like it doesn't sound like Zeppelin.
No writing credits for Jimmy Page on this track.
Yeah, and you can pause this and go listen to 2 seconds of Yell Help. It's almost like the melody is the same. You want to rip off Elton? There are no better people to rip off than Elton. But I don't think they were necessarily trying to rip off Elton, but there's a similarity there, and the fact that Jimmy Page is conspicuously absent, it makes it even more conspicuous. So you have that.
And then we get Fool in the Rain.
Fool in the Rain is a great song, and I would not suggest otherwise. But this is again one of the popular songs that they had a hit single with, and Fool in the Rain to me is about John Bonham's shuffle beat and his Purdy shuffle beat and Robert Plant's vocal.
It's Led Zeppelin playing samba.
Right, you have this big samba in the middle of this thing. There's a police whistle blows and they go into this thing where it's like a complete different rhythmic thing for a moment. It's amazing they were able to pull that off, but
yeah, it's enjoyable.
It's a great song. I'm not taking anything away from it as a song, but it's like, this is Led Zeppelin? Yeah. And then, and then Jimmy Page takes this solo, and I think he used this thing called a blue box or something like that, where he has this really
that's correct.
Scuzzy guitar sound.
It's a fuzz octave pedal. It fuzzes the guitar and then drops it down 2 whole octaves.
Yeah, and it was a very distinctive sound and a very sort of scatter shot, off the cuff type of solo. But it works. The whole song works, and it's actually one of the stronger songs on the album, and certainly one of the 2 big hits on the album. Then we move into Hot Dog, and Hot Dog is kind of a rockabilly Elvis thing with nonsensical lyrics. And this again, to me, strikes me as a Robert Plant thing, where Jimmy's just sort of filling in some rockabilly licks and stuff. It's a very Elvis-ish vocal.
It's about a girl in Texas who took my heart, and may have been based on a real woman in Plant's life.
Mm-hmm. And then you get Carouselamba, which is a John Paul Jones keyboard extravaganza, and nothing like anything we've ever heard in a Led Zeppelin song before. And 10.5 minutes of it, no less. And for the most part, it bores me to tears.
I agree.
If I'm honest. Yeah. Maybe at 4 minutes it would have worked.
There's some interesting stuff going on towards the end with the keyboard, but it's too long and too much.
Maybe at 4 minutes this could have worked, but not at 10.5. And then we get into All of My Love, which is the ballad that Robert Plant wrote about his son, Carrick.
I would say
this is a big hit.
One of the best songs on that album.
And one of the 2 hits, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very sad song. But it's very pretty, I think.
Yeah, right. And then we close it out with yet another slow blues, and this is another good one. It's not quite as good as T for One, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, there's Jimmy. Jimmy's back for the last track of the song. He actually plays and is actually a notable part of this track. It's a good song. It's this another foray into like a sort of a straight blues thing, but there's also this keyboard part to this, which is sort of like this synthy keyboard part that sort of like sets the thing up in the beginning, and then it goes into just a straight slow blues. And again, it's mostly Robert Plant that carries this.
That intro really adds a lot to it, even though it's like a small moment.
It does, and then the drum kicks in with like Bonham's foot and everything, and it's just big there. It's not a great Jimmy Page moment for a blues track because he's so diminished by this point, but I like I'm Gonna Crawl. It's a good song.
Yeah. The lyrics are classic. It's about yearning. He loves a girl so much that he's gonna crawl to her. I think it's a good way to end his album. It's actually my uncle, who's a huge Zeppelin fan, one of his favorite songs. This was the last full album officially that was recorded by the band
before John
because,
Bonham dies. Yeah.
yeah,
And then John Bonham dies, and the
after
band
like drinking, what was it, like 2 bottles of
40 shots of vodka.
yeah.
Yeah. He drinks 40 shots of vodka and dies on a couch in Jimmy Page's house. And the band
Suffocating on his own. Vomit.
Choking on his own vomit in classic Spinal Tap fashion. And the band decides they're not going to carry on without him, and which was probably the smartest idea they could have made.
Yeah, what's Zeppelin without Bonham? Like which they considered some other drummers, right? For a
they
brief
did.
moment.
They did. They they had multiple people just submitting their names saying, if you want to carry on, I'm happy to do it and stuff. But they knew at that time that it wasn't the time. Yes, they came back later and they played some stuff with with other drummers, and then eventually with Jason Bonham, John's son. But at that moment in time, they were so broken as a band due to the drug use and to Bonham's death that they decided to call it a day.
Yeah, and what else was there to do for them really? Like, do you think there would be a good album after In Through the Outdoor?
I think the truth of the matter is that until Jimmy cleaned up and kicked his heroin addiction, there was not going to be any good music, really better music coming out of them, because he was so diminished at that point. And being the guiding force and the primary impetus of songs and stuff, we see on In Through the Outdoor what a Zeppelin with Jimmy Page taking a backseat looks like. And most people are like, yeah, no, not so much. That said, in 1982, they put out an album called Coda, which is the last of the outtakes they had that they had never put on other albums.
And they basically put out everything that was laying around, and this
Right.
was the last bit of it.
Right. And some of it's really cool. But as an album, it doesn't hang together as an album. It doesn't feel like a cohesive musical statement. Like, this is what we meant to put out. This feels like odds and ends.
Yeah.
Right. So you get "We're Gonna Groove," which was a really hot track from like the '69 Albert Hall era. You would play that thing live, and that was a really hot track. And then you get, things like Poor Tom, which is a somewhat acoustic thing that just, you understand why. You listen to it and you're like, okay, I understand why this didn't make the cut on any of the albums.
It was recorded in 1970. It was intended for Zeppelin III, but it didn't make the cut.
Right. And then you get the best version, in my opinion, of I Can't Quit You, Baby, which is this massive sounding version that was done in like an empty theater, and you get the ambient sound of the drums. I Can't Quit You, Baby on Coda is like one of the great John Bonham moments. And Jimmy Page is playing his ass off on this. But I think it's a sound check.
Yeah, it was a sound check for a show at the Royal Albert Hall on January 9th, 1970.
Right. And the Albert Hall gig does show them playing that. And I don't know if they're using the audio from this or the audio from the actual live footage, but it does sound very powerful. So Walter's Walk is absolutely forgettable, really, in my opinion. It's just a jam. It came out of a jam, and it's one of those things that they tried, and there's a reason it didn't make an album, and until the end. And it's an interesting thing to listen to, but it's one of those tracks that you're probably going to forget shortly after you heard it. Ozone Baby's a little bit better. It has a hooky riff. Da, 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 da. It's a little bit hookier, and it's a little bit better. I remember when this album came out, I thought it was one of the better tracks on this album.
It was intended for In Through the Outdoor, recorded in 1978 in Sweden in the studio owned by ABBA.
Yep. Well, they recorded all of In Through the Outdoor at ABBA studio. Yeah, in Sweden. Ozone Baby's fairly good track considering it's on this album. Again, I don't know what song it would have bumped off a different album, but it was okay. And then you have Darlene. Similarly, this is another one that has a little bit of a hook. It's a little odd. The drums are good on this.
It was also meant for In Through the Outdoor.
Yeah. And then you get into Bonzo's Mantra, which is a blending of Moby Dick with this thing that John Bonham was doing on, what was it, steel drums or something like that? I know Jimmy Page put this track together and blended two Bonzo tracks, and it's, in my opinion, it worked really well. It's better than Moby Dick by itself, and it's better than...
It was recorded in 1976 at Mountain Studios in Montreux, Switzerland, with electronic effects later added by Jimmy Page. It's basically a drum orchestra by John Bonham, and Page added like effects to it in the studio.
And it's a nice track. I mean, it is a, to me, this is a more interesting track than Moby Dick by itself.
It doesn't have the riff, though.
No, it doesn't have the guitar riff, but for showing off Bonham, to me, it's better. I like this track. I always thought it was really well done. And then they close this up with Wearing and Tearing, which is kind of like a backwards version of Black Dog in some respects, the way it's sort of like put together. It's a really fun riff to play. It's like very similar to the kind of idea of like if you like took the Black Dog riff and turned it around. And they used to do this early on too. And it's a very high energy raucous track that I like that never really got enough sort of love.
Interesting trivia is they planned to release this under the name of a fake band, so it would not be judged as a Zeppelin song and could compete against the punk bands of the time that were popular.
Yeah, that was never going to happen. It's so obviously Zeppelin when you hear it. I mean, it's just like, first of all, how do you hide Robert Plant's voice? And you know, but yeah, I like Wearing and Tearing. And when it's all said and done on this album, Wearing and Tearing and We're Gonna Groove are strong tracks. I Can't Quit You Baby is a great alternate version of that song. And the rest of it is like, take it or leave it. It's up to the listener.
All right, so that marks the end of the studio albums
of Led Zeppelin. Yeah.
Yeah. So what can we say about what can we say about that?
Well, I mean, you're talking about a catalog that, despite the last two albums being comparatively weaker, is as strong as any in rock history, right? So, a ridiculously epic set of songs. It was interesting in 1990 that Jimmy Page, when he went to remaster the whole catalog, he not only decided to remaster it, he decided to set up a box set where he would reorganize the tracks in a way that he thought would be interesting to hear them in a new context, rather than listening to them in the context of like album by album. He put them together in a way that they were blended song by song rather than album by album. And the 1990 box set did that. And I know when I got that box set, it sounded so good. I listened to like nothing but that in my car for like 2 years. And it was wonderful. And then he obviously put out the remasters of the full albums the way they were intended. But when he reimagined it without that album structure imposed on it, it was very interesting too.
Huh, I never really listened to it in that way, the box set.
Yeah, the box set is banging, man. It really is. And then the ones that didn't make it in the first part of the box set, he put out the second one, which was the final 2 discs. So
that's interesting. So it's not quite a best of, I guess, but it's
just reimagined. It's just a reimagined track list, right? In terms of its sequence.
Right. Huh.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it now. It definitely, I never thought of it in that way.
It's in some ways it's much more powerful because you don't get the peaks and the valleys of you get with a studio album. You throw all the songs that they ever did in one bucket and then piece them out one at a time in a way that you think is the strongest presentation.
Wow, that's so interesting.
Yeah, and it really worked very well. It was incredibly powerful.
Well, I gotta try listening to it that way.
Yeah, it's a different experience, and it's a great experience. And of course, there were live albums along the way. The first, most notable, being The Song Remains the Same, which was the soundtrack album from the movie. And as far as live albums go, I'd say it's good, but not great. It's better to see it on film than to hear it as an album, the live stuff. But I mean, in those days when that was all we had, it was your Zeppelin live album.
I think they don't consider it necessarily their best live performance
No,
recorded, right?
they never considered that. They considered The Song Remains the Same footage and tracks Zeppelin on an average night. They always thought there were better nights, but Zeppelin on an average night was pretty freaking good. And later on, I remember in college getting Zeppelin bootlegs and hearing them live and things that I've never heard before. And later on, a lot of that stuff got re-released as like the BBC sessions, which is a really good live set because there's not a lot of crowd noise. They're doing it in like BBC studios and they're playing live in the room. That stuff is good. It's really good.
Yeah, it's from 4 different 1969 BBC sessions and one 1971 concert.
Right. They're young and hungry. They're still on the way up and they're playing live. And yeah, that's a good release. And I had that stuff on bootleg before it ever got re-released by the band itself. And then, as you say, we get to the point where we're in like around 1990 or so, and Jimmy's putting out the box set, but he's also putting out this How the West Was Won live set.
Yeah, he put it out in 2003.
Yeah, a little later, I guess. Yeah,
it was recorded in 1972 and 73 at the LA Forum, Long Beach Arena, and Southampton University.
Right. So in Zeppelin's mind, they were always at their best in California live, and I think that's probably true. These live recordings, are some of the best live recordings Zeppelin ever caught on tape, and they sound great and sound powerful. They sound really big and muscular.
When it starts with the Immigrant Song, like when that song just kicks in, it's just like, whoa. You can tell like everything is loud and everything is cranked.
Right. And they're on top of their game. And they're really, and Jimmy's playing really well and all of that. And the sonics are good. And yeah, those are their best live tracks where it's just audio, certainly.
Yeah, there's a Dazed and Confused version that's 25 minutes long. And Moby Dick that's 20 minutes long. Whole Lot of Love that's 23 minutes long, so there's lots of extended jams there.
Yeah, and that's faithful to what they were doing in those days.
Total running time 2.5 hours.
Right.
So that's like a full concert.
Yeah, those are well worth hearing. Then we're going into the band is broken up. They're starting to do different things. The first thing that Jimmy Page does after the breakup of Zeppelin that's musical that he actually puts out is the soundtrack for the movie Death Wish 2. Death Wish was a movie with Charles Bronson. Death Wish 2 is the sequel, and Jimmy was contracted to do the music for this soundtrack, and he did it all himself. They gave him cuts of the edits of the film so he could show the film and come up with like the music parts to match the film. He did a great job, honestly. And it's not so much that this is like consumable music in its own right. There's like 2 songs that are songs. The rest of it is a lot of soundtrack stuff, really, just music in the background during film footage. But you have Who's to Blame, and I think you have, what is it, City Sirens or something like that is the other one. And Who's to Blame is kind of like a bluesy pop single kind of thing. And clips of this were used within the movie, but the soundtrack had the whole thing. And here's the first time we see Jimmy Page using a Roland guitar synthesizer. for whatever reason, he took to wanting to do this job.
What's a rolling guitar synthesizer?
In the early 80s, people were trying to make guitars become synthesizers so that a guitar player who knew how to play a guitar, if you hit those strings, you'd get symphonic synthesizer sort of sounds out of a guitar rather than out of a keyboard. And it was a much harder thing to do to get it out of stringed instrument than it was to get it out of like a electronic keyboard where you're just sampling stuff. But anyway, it's almost better to go watch the movie Death Wish and pay attention to the soundtrack than it is to go listen to the soundtrack.
Yeah, it's a classic revenge movie, man.
Yeah, it really is. It's a ghastly movie in terms of
Oh, it's ugly. It's nasty.
Yeah.
They don't make them like that anymore.
No, it's good. I mean, if you like Charles Bronson and, if you like the first one, you'll like this one. And, but I mean, it's hard to watch. It's not easy subject matter. But Jimmy Page's soundtrack really does make this movie shine in a way where if you're just listening to the soundtrack as an album, it's not so interesting. In context with watching the movie, it's pretty damn good. And then again, later on, Jimmy would resurrect Who's to Blame and I think City Sirens and play them on his Outrider tour in 88. So after he does that, the next time Jimmy Page pops his head out of the ground and sees his shadow is at the ARMS concert, the Ronnie Lane ARMS concert. Ronnie Lane was the musician in the band, the Small Faces, that a lot of those guys, a lot of the 60s heroes were comrades with. So Ronnie Lane develops MS and they start doing some tribute concerts. And you get, for the first time ever, Eric Clapton, Jeff Beck, and Jimmy Page on stage together playing some songs together. And a lot of it was a train wreck. Jimmy is now so heroin chic that he looks like he might weigh 90 pounds. He's wearing a big suit to cover it up how skinny he is and everything. And he gets out there and he does a couple of things and he plays an instrumental version of Stairway to Heaven, which isn't bad and all. But it's like the main takeaway from that I remember is like, God, he looks like he's going to keel over and die.
Yeah, he looks scary thin there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Right. So he does that, and on that tour, he's playing some songs with Paul Rodgers.
From Bad Company.
And Free before Bad Company. So Paul Rodgers and Jimmy Page start talking, and they decide, what if we made a band together? And they decide to make a band together, and that band becomes The Firm, and they get Tony Franklin, who's a fretless bass player, who would later go on to play with John Sykes and Blue Murder. Great bass player, and Chris Slade, who was sort of he had some time in AC/DC as a fill-in for the normal guy in AC/DC, but pretty much a straightforward banger, like a 2/4 guy banger drum player. So you now have another 4-piece band with Jimmy Page on guitar, Paul Rodgers on vocals, and this rhythm section of Chris Slade and Tony Franklin. And people were wondering, what's this going to sound like? What's this going to sound like? And when it finally hits, no Jimmy Page fan that I knew was like really thrilled about it. They're like, this doesn't sound that good. It wasn't that great, and it wasn't that strong. And Jimmy was still up to his ears in heroin.
Yeah, their popular songs were Radioactive and Satisfaction Guaranteed.
Right.
I listened to it for a little bit.
Really sleepy shit. Really sleepy shit.
Wasn't that interesting, really? Just generic 80s bullshit.
Maybe because Jimmy's nodding out on heroin, it's music to nod out to. And Paul Rodgers, the only Paul Rodgers I really care for is Paul Rodgers and Free. A lot of people disagree with me, but I'm not a huge Paul Rodgers fan, and this did me no favors either. This is some sleepy ass music. And every now and then there's like a moment of like, oh, Jimmy. But most of it is really not so great. The first album was called The Firm. The second album was called Mean Business. Mean Business was a little better than the first one, in my opinion. But still, a lot of this stuff is really forgettable. And I went to see them live.
Really? Where did you see him?
It was the first, I think I saw him in Worcester or in Providence. And this was the first time I ever saw Jimmy live. boy, was I disappointed. He sounded terrible. He couldn't play in tune. He was so under the heroin blanket that, yeah, he was playing the songs, but it just sounded terrible. And the whole band sounded like a concrete block slipping into mud. And it just didn't really work for me.
What year was this?
I want to say 85, something like that.
Man, he was fucked up for a long time.
Yeah, and again, he looked even worse. If you think he looked bad in the Arms concert, he looked even worse. And it just wasn't working, in my opinion. And I don't know any people who really rated the firm that highly.
Good name for a band, though.
People were dying to like it. People wanted so desperately to like it. And this is like The Emperor Has No Clothes, right? This is the classic thing where it's like, I so want to like what Jimmy Page is doing, but it just sucks so bad. And it was just awful, in my opinion, anyway. And then between 85 and 88, he does kick the heroin. And he comes back with his first solo album called Outrider.
1988.
Yeah, and this was a breath of fresh air. This was Jimmy back to writing Jimmy-like songs with Jimmy-like energy. And he wasn't quite the lead player anymore. But the album, in terms of a set of songs, it hung together. Now, it did somewhat suffer from the fact that it had multiple vocalists, so it didn't have the cohesion of one singer throughout the whole album. But these are stronger tracks.
You got John Miles, you got Robert Plant, Chris Farlow on vocals, and a bunch of instrumental tracks.
Yeah. So we get, it starts off with it immediately starts off with this catchy riff in Wasting My Time, which is a great Jimmy riff. And it's one of those ones where he turns the beat around again. And it's really strong. And I'm like, I was in a record store and this came on and my ears just went up and I'm like, I didn't even know who it was, but I immediately heard it and I'm like, that sounds like Jimmy Page. And then I heard the vocalist and I didn't recognize him. And I'm still like, I'm like, what is this? And he's like, Jimmy Page. I said, thank you. I thought so. All of a sudden, it's like Jimmy Page rears his head and it's like, hey, I'm back. I'm clean. I can play again.
And Jason Bonham plays drums and percussion in this one too.
Right. And he's really good on it. And then the next song on this album is called Wanna Make Love. And it's this nasty drop D riff that is just nasty. And Jason really gives it a lot. And all of a sudden we're back into like Jimmy being heavy guitar player again after this time in the firm where he's like, MIA.
And then we get Rite of Winter.
Yep, which is sort of, less spectacular, but sort of like this up-tempo thing that's sort of like acoustically rhythmical in some ways. It's a nice up-tempo track. And then we have, I guess, the Robert Plant track is called The Only One. And for what it's worth, this isn't the strongest track. It's you hear Robert Plant and Jimmy Page for the first time in a long time together. And it's good, but it's not like a stellar track or anything like that. There are better tracks on this album.
Well, they remained friends and they kept in touch after Zeppelin was over.
And obviously they were going to work together again soon. But yeah. And then you get into an instrumental called Liquid Mercury, again, really heavy. And Jimmy it's a very heavy guitar track.
I quite liked the production on this album. Did Jimmy also have full control?
I'm pretty sure he produced it. Especially if it was going out under just his name, right? And then you have this track called Hummingbird, which is kind of like this. This is a nice song. It's, again, a very, very much a classic Jimmy Pageism sort of guitar part, but it's sort of like it's like a blues without being a blues. It's a ballad, really, but it's a good one, and it's got a very different kind of vocal on it than you would get from a Robert Plant or something like that. So on Emerald Isles, you get again like loads of Jimmy Page sort of trademark melodic thoughts and ideas and rhythmic ideas. Everything about this just screams Jimmy Page. It's an instrumental acoustic, at least semi-acoustic number where it's got all of his like Celtic leaning acoustic ideas and things like that. Go with the name Elias. What are you thinking? I mean, it's like, so it's got this Celtic flavor to it, and just a nice track again with big guitar sounds, no vocals, some drumming, but it's really just letting the guitars shine, and there's a lot of them on this track.
And then we get Prison Blues.
And Prison Blues, we come back to yet another one of these tracks where Jimmy would always put like a stock blues track on an album, and this harks back to like I Can't Quit You Baby and You Shook Me, and all of a sudden here it is again, and it's a nice track, and it's
7 minutes long,
a really good bluesy vocal too. But this is like on this track, this is where Jimmy shows, he's still got a little bit of lead chops left, and he goes for it here. But I mean, we've seen in the last few albums, whether it was T for One or I'm Gonna Crawl, he puts one of these blues tracks on most of his albums, and this is the one for this one. And this is Folsom Prison Blues reinterpreted or something like that. But it's a strong track, and it's a strong track with him on electric.
And then we get Blues Anthem, If I Can't Have Your Love.
Yeah, and I remember reading somewhere say the blues anthem is neither a blues nor an anthem, but it's a ballad, and it's nice, and it's a good song. And again, it's sort of the vocalist sort of singing his heart out on his sleeve and stuff. It's an interesting first solo album from a man who's done so much, because it's got instrumental tracks, it's got tracks with different vocalists on it, it's got acoustics, it's got electrics, it's got all of the flavors that he's known for, all of the rhythm things that he's known for, the blues thing that he's known for. If you want to condense Jimmy Page down to a resume, there are better songs in Zeppelin, obviously, but I mean, this is kind of like Jimmy Page putting out his resume as an album.
Chris Farlow, what can we say about him? What other bands do we know him from?
I don't know what he's known for. I mean, it's one of those names that you always heard in the British scene, but I mean, he never cracked through in anything I ever heard by himself.
Just a talented guy who never ended up in like a super big band somehow.
Yeah, we talk about the guys like that, and Terry Reid, the guy who could have had the gig in Zeppelin and stuff like that. These guys, I saw this tour with Jimmy Page, and he was clean. And he was playing wonderfully, and he was playing a lot of Zeppelin stuff. And John Miles, the guy who did some of the vocals on this, was the singer on the tour. And Jason was on drums, and he was playing not only songs from this, he played In My Time of Dying, he played Over the Hills and Far Away, he played a bunch of Zeppelin stuff, and he killed it. It was wonderful. As bad as my concert experience was with him with The Firm, when he came back through in '88, clean, he played his ass off and killed it, and I was absolutely thrilled to see him go out there and just be Jimmy again. And it was great. We go to Coverdale Page in 1993, and this album, for me, I love this album. I still love this album. This album to me is like Jimmy Page returning to being most of what we love about Jimmy Page. His lead chops are not here anymore, but the songwriting, the Jimmy Pageisms, the kinds of songs he was writing, Robert Plant wouldn't work with him at this time. Robert Plant was trying to get his own career off the ground, and doing quite well, by the way. Robert Plant, from 83 to 93, was having a very successful solo career with putting out great albums. So he didn't need Jimmy Page anymore at that moment in time. So when Robert wouldn't work with Jimmy anymore, Jimmy went and found David Coverdale of Whitesnake, who is in many ways, let's just say, of the Robert Plant school of blues singers.
He was also a lead singer of Deep Purple for a while. Right.
Great singer, great, wonderful singer. But a lot of people looked at this album and said, they're just ripping off Zeppelin. No. This is way better than that. in my opinion. This is Jimmy Page writing the way he used to write with a different singer who is in the same genre. And this album to me is a really strong album. And it's, by the way, one of David Coverdale's strongest albums in a long ass time. Jimmy Page pushed David Coverdale to put out to really do his best. Don't forget, this is after Whitesnake 87. This is after Still of the Night. This is after all of Whitesnake's prime time.
Yeah, and he also did Burn and Stormbringer before that with
right, when
Deep
he was
Purple.
a young man, and he was even better in those days.
Yeah.
So I feel I have a minority opinion on this album, but I love this album. To me, this isn't Jimmy ripping off Zeppelin. To me, this is Jimmy being Jimmy. This is Jimmy coming back to the Jimmy of Led Zeppelin and writing the kinds of riffs he would have written in Led Zeppelin had he been sober, right? You know, you start out with this bluesy thing like "Shake My Tree," which I think goes back to some sort of a blues standard and stuff. Great riff. Great job by Coverdale. Even later on, when he played with Plant again, they covered this one, and even Plant was like, I'm going to sing this one. And "Shake My Tree" is a good, strong opener for an album that just gets better and better. "Waiting on You" is another big, heavy turnaround kind of riff, and again, Jimmy's pushing David Coverdale to do his absolute best vocal work he's done in quite a while. You get "Take Me for a Little While." That's sort of a ballad, but it's got these big, lush chords that you only associate with Jimmy. These big, lush, open chords. Everything about this album, on every track, you have Jimmy Page fingerprints all over it, and they're absolutely unmistakable. And then "Pride and Joy," which was the single, is just a kick-ass, ballsy stomp along the lines of stuff that they were doing a long time ago in Zeppelin, where it's part acoustic, and then the big heavy riff comes in that's electric and stuff, and the stop-start rhythms and the things where he's syncing up with the drums. This is a really strong track and a really fun track.
Yeah, it got airplay on MTV for quite a bit. It was featured
Right.
on Beavis and Butthead.
Well, I remember the day I first heard this track, and I didn't know what it was. First of all, I had heard, okay, Jimmy and David Coverdale are going to do an album, and I'm like, yes, please, thank you, give me some of that. And then there's like the pre-internet days, no news. And then one day I'm flipping through the radio dial and I hear and I'm like, that's Jimmy Page. That's Jimmy Page. I know it. And then I hear Coverdale come in and I'm like, yeah, this is it. It was so unmistakably Jimmy Page in the part. And then you hear Coverdale and you're like, yeah, this is fucking great. This is what I want. Give me more of this. And then you have a song called "Over Now," which has like this droning beat, and it's kind of like nowhere near the kind of thing you'd get with like Kashmir or something like that, but it's sort of like a poppy, lighter version of a drony song like that. And really good job, really hypnotic, really sort of like mid-tempo kind of feel to it, but a lot of fun. And then "Feeling Hot Tonight" is kind of like David Coverdale and having to inject his horribly cliched lyrics into a song that's just sort of like, this to me harks back to like the rave ups the Yardbirds would do. The guitar part on this is very much like what you would get out of the Yardbirds era Jimmy Page, or even the Yardbirds era Jeff Beck, and then with a Coverdale vocal on it. "So Easy Does It" is another one where it's like you have this incredibly Jimmy-like open-stringed rhythm guitar thing that when the drums kick in, it becomes electric and it gets this thing. Again, this is the mixing of light and shade. This is the mixing of heavy and light. This is all the way back to the first album. You hear stuff like this. The kind of chords you're hearing on this song from Jimmy Page are just classic Page. Everything about it screams Jimmy Page.
With a very much 80s flavor, though.
Well, I'd say, I guess if you want, it's early 90s by now.
Yeah, but it sounds
To me,
like
it's just if you're talking about the production value, sure, but I'm talking about the construction of the song and the arrangement and stuff more than the production. It's certainly crisper and cleaner and much better produced in some ways, and with digital technology right now rather than all being analog tape.
actually I think they recorded it all analog because
Maybe they did, but I mean, even so, it's still very much recognizable as Jimmy Page trademarks, to me anyway. And then Take a Look at Yourself is sort of another ballad, big grandiose sort of ballad.
then we get Don't Leave Me This Way.
Don't Leave Me This Way is the epic blues track from this album. And David Coverdale sings his ass off on this song. And again, we're talking about a blues that isn't necessarily a classic 145 blues, but it's really powerful. And it's this slow, grinding creation of tension that this riff sort of circles back on itself, and it builds and builds and builds. And in the old days, he would have given us a better guitar solo. But I mean, other than that, it's a great track. And like I said, some of the best singing David Coverdale had done since he was in Deep Purple on this track.
Then we get Absolution Blues.
Also, not really a blues. So this you have sort of like, if you will, the continuation of what he started on In the Evening, with a little bit of wearing and tearing. So you have this big, atmospheric, weird entrance where he's playing very atmospheric kinds of out there things on electric, and then it kicks into a riff that's sort of reminiscent of Wearing and Tearing, this sort of chromatic kind of thing that he had started on Black Dog and carried through on Wearing and Tearing. It's very much like that, up tempo once it gets going, and really good.
Cool interplay on the beat with the drummer.
Yeah, which is another Jimmy Page rhythmic trademark, which we've talked about. The drummer is Denny Carmassi from Montrose and Heart. He is a absolute beast of a drummer in the John Bonham vein. He is definitely one of the sons of Bonham. If you ever listen to Montrose's first album, you listen to Rock Candy, that's pure Bonham influence. And Denny Carmassi did a masterful job on this whole album. He's a fantastic player, and he did a great job on this album.
Yeah, he also played with Sammy Hagar on his solo career and Ted Nugent.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's been around. And then the last track is this big epic thing called Whisper a Prayer for the Dying, which is a wonderful track. It's really big, and it's like, again, you get all of the trademarks of Jimmy Page on this album. Again, this is another thing where it's like, if you want to hear all of the things Jimmy Page is about as a guitar player, and you want to hear it all in one album as a resume, this is a good one too. You hear all of the things he's about, both as an acoustic player and as a rhythm player and as an electric player. The only thing you don't get here is like absolutely astonishing lead work. But everything else is here. Whisper of Prayer for Dying is a really cool song that starts out again with like an acoustic intro, and then it goes into this really ripping electric verse. A fitting end to this album.
What's the reason, according to you, that his solo work isn't as good as his previous stuff? Because he wasn't super old, right?
No, but for whatever reason, his chops just weren't there anymore. I mean, you hear a little of where his chops were on Outrider on the Prison Blues, but he's just giving you bits and pieces here. It's not like he's taking a long solo on any track anymore.
Right.
And when he does take some solos, they're more melodic things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, what is conspicuously absent here are these epic solos that he used to be known for. But this album has everything else.
How old was he around this time? Early 90s?
I would say 49, maybe.
He was born in 1944, so quick math. Yeah, late 40s.
Right. And 49, you should still have your chops.
Right.
I got better after I was that age. And there's a lot of players who still have their chops at that. So I don't know. There was talk at one time that he had some kind of arthritis or tendon problems or whatever it was, and his hands weren't nimble as they once were or whatever. I don't know how much of that I believe, or I really don't know. But he just stopped playing the kind of lead he was playing in the peak of Zeppelin. And I don't think it was because he wanted to, personally.
Maybe because he just did it all, you know?
Yeah. But to me, this is an incredibly strong album that I enjoy to this day every time I go back to it. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but it's really a lot about what Jimmy was about as a player.
Let's see. There was also an ill-fated reunion for Live Aid in the mid-'80s, which we maybe should mention.
Yeah, I mean, they got together for that. They had very little time to rehearse. It was very chaotic. They wanted to do it, but they didn't have enough time to rehearse. They had Tony Thompson on drums and they had Phil Collins on drums. And Phil Collins had flown in from the European version of Live Aid, and he took the Concorde over to make this set. It was really hectic and chaotic. Someone handed Jimmy the guitar right out of the case. It had never been tuned. It was out of tune. It was a shambles. I mean, people were delighted to see Led Zeppelin on stage again in any form, but it didn't come off very well. And and they knew it and they admitted it. And then they did the thing for Atlantic Records shortly after that. It was a tribute to Ahmet Ertegun, which was also hit or miss in terms of like how good the performance was. And they don't really get to right this ship until the Celebration Day thing. But also in there, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I don't particularly care for it. Jimmy Page did some guest shows with the Black Crowes where he's playing Zeppelin songs with the Black Crowes or a blues number with the Black Crowes. It's like, yeah, there was an album that they put out, but I couldn't care less about hearing him play with the Black Crowes, frankly. If you like it, great. If you like that, go and listen to Led Zeppelin. You're going to like Led Zeppelin a lot more.
That's a dog.
Right.
He agrees.
But then in the mid-'90s, Robert Plant and Jimmy Page get back together and they do an album called No Quarter, which is a reinterpretation of classic Zeppelin songs in different ways. And they start touring again.
It was the MTV Unplugged thing.
Right, which was fantastic, actually. I thought that was wonderful. And then I got to go see that tour, and that tour was like the first time I actually got to see Page and Plant on stage together. And it was like a dream come true. And they were great. It was wonderful. It's not at the level that Zeppelin was in their prime, but they were still damn good. And playing very well, and they were both in good shape and everything. And I saw that tour, and I saw the follow-up tour. They released an album together called Walking into Clarksdale, which I thought was terrible. New material for the first time. And their new material, I don't know too many people who liked it. Again, if you like it, good for you. But for me, I'm not even going to really talk about the album because I listened to it once or twice and I just couldn't stand it.
What makes it so terrible for you?
Songwriting.
It's just not there.
It's just not there. It's not like if he had given you another Coverdale Page worth of kinds of songs and let Robert Plant sing on it. And by the way, I should point out the fact that Jimmy Page did an album with David Coverdale stuck in Robert Plant's craw and really pissed him off. And he used to say things like, "Oh, he's doing an album with David cover version," right? Because he knew that David Coverdale came from the same school of like the Robert Plant school of singers, and he didn't think much of Coverdale. At that time, David Coverdale was a much better singer than Robert Plant was by that time. So it kicked Robert Plant in the ass and said, maybe I should go back and work with Jimmy a little, or he's going to do this kind of thing, and it's going to sound better than what I can do with him. And they went back, and it was the real win in the Coverdale Page thing was that it got Jimmy and Robert back together.
I got to say, the one Robert Plant album I listened to for a good bit was the Mighty Rearranger, which I quite liked. It was from 2005. And, I remember it came out then. It's like, oh, wow, Robert Plant, he's from Led Zeppelin, right? I was like 18 or something. And I was like, hey, I know that guy. And I just picked up the CD and listened to it and quite liked it.
I like some of his solo stuff quite a lot, particularly the first two albums, Pictures at 11 and Principle of Moments. Principle of Moments is probably his best solo work, in my opinion.
Very different than Zeppelin, though.
Right. It was very different, but it was very good. And then he did this album called Manic Nirvana, which he was leaning a little more hard rock again. And I love that one. But a lot of the other stuff was a little hit or miss for me with Robert. But they did get back together and they did tour again. And they did do this album called No Quarter. And they did do the MTV Unplugged thing. And all of those things were fairly successful. And those tours, I saw both of them. And I was like, I don't care what this cost me. I don't care what this ticket's going to cost. I'm going to find a way. I'm going to go see Jimmy Page and Robert Plant together for the first time. And I was not disappointed. And even though they were not in their prime, they were still able to really deliver a wonderful show. And then when they did the second tour, they did, instead of doing it with like these Egyptian musicians and these, the orchestral stuff, they did it as a stripped down 4-piece again and did more of the first 4 album stuff rather than like doing, the big epic numbers from Physical Graffiti on. There's a lot more Lemon Song, a lot more Zepp II stuff and things. They did it as a stripped down like 4-piece again. And that was interesting to see too. And that was also fun.
Mm-hmm.
But all of this eventually leads up to the reunion in 2007.
Well, in between there, though, he played guitar with Puff Daddy.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. I'm not going to talk about, Puff Daddy's shouting the wrong words over Kashmir. I'm sorry.
And he also made an appearance on stage with Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, another thing he shouldn't have done. And of course, he would jam with Aerosmith, and they eventually got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And it was during the time that Page and Plant were touring without John Paul Jones, and John Paul Jones gets up on stage for his acceptance speech at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Says, "I want to thank my 2 friends here for finally remembering my phone number." Ooh, big zinger. Everybody went, ooh, yeah. Because everyone was like, why isn't John Paul Jones part of this reunion?
Yeah, that's kind of weird. He was a big part of the whole thing, too.
Absolutely, he was. So that was like, he totally dissed them in front of the entire world that night, which they deserved, by the way. They did deserve it. But anyway, finally, they get a chance to do it right. They have this thing coming up for the O2, and in 2007, they're going to do this last performance. I can't recall what the charity was or whatever it was, or the reasoning behind it.
It was for Ahmet Erdogan.
Yeah, it was another thing for Ahmet. That's what it was. They would always get together for Ahmet. So anyway, they finally get back together with John Paul Jones, with John Bonham. And they take a couple of months to do rehearsals.
Jason Bonham.
Yes, I'm sorry. Jason Bonham. And they take a couple of months and they actually do rehearsals. So they sound good. They're not going on stage unrehearsed like they did at Live Aid and stuff like that. So they're actually going on stage after weeks of rehearsals. They're back in the groove. They're back playing together. They're strong. They know their shit. They get on stage with modern era sonics, and I remember when it went down, the night it went down, the YouTube videos started appearing on YouTube, and it was pretty good, but you'd hear places like where Robert Plant's voice was cracking and stuff, and he wasn't up to it anymore, really. You'd hear some of the mistakes and stuff, but it was still sounding really good. And they filmed it, of course, and tickets were going for over $20,000 a pop. And people like Paul McCartney were buying box seats to go see it because he was a huge Zeppelin fan.
It still holds the records for the most in-demand concert of all time. 20 million people tried to buy tickets.
Right. And you couldn't get them. But the day after it happened, you could sit there on YouTube and you could see what it looked like because people had their camera phones and stuff. And it's like, wow, it's pretty good. Then they went to work on those tapes and taking those videotapes and taking those audio tapes and polishing them up and cleaning up the mistakes and fixing the things that didn't work. And 5 years later, it took them 5 years to clean up the tapes.
I read a big article on what they did in the studio and how they re-recorded everything, and that was like the article was, took me like half an hour to read or something. It was like the things they pulled and how they cleaned it up and what they did.
Right,
Was
and
just,
this is nothing new. This is a time old, tried and true thing. Every album that's a classic live album of the 70s, a lot of that stuff was fixed. Certainly, the classic example is Thin Lizzy's Live and Dangerous was notorious for being fixed in the studio, right? They went back and they recorded this and they fixed, they kept the pieces of it and they just, they overdubbed some fixes and stuff. And they did the same thing here with Celebration Day so that it sounded a lot better. And I don't have any problem with that. I understand that they did that, and it makes a better product when you finally put it out. And they finally put this thing out and it's wonderful and they sound great. And they fixed most of the bad places. There's some things they couldn't fix. There's a couple of areas that are a train wreck on that show. But for the most part, it sounds great. And Jimmy Page's tone never sounded better.
he sounds so huge. He sounds so heavy.
Yeah, it's just epically big, heavy sound. And Jason did his father proud. He did a great job. And Robert Plant, he did his best to deliver when his voice isn't as high as it once was. And John Paul Jones was John Paul Jones. He's just as badass as he ever was. That guy hasn't missed a beat, right? He's just as good as he ever was. But Celebration Day is a triumph. And when it came out and after it came out and everyone was asking him in the press, well, you're going to do a tour? You're going to do a tour and everything like that? And Robert Plant was the guy who was like, no, we're not. And Jimmy Page so wanted to go do a tour. Jimmy Page so wanted to get back on the horse. And this is where karma is a bitch. And Robert Plant now is the guy who holds the key to Led Zeppelin, whether he wants to play or he doesn't. And Robert doesn't really want to live in the past. And Jimmy only wants to live in the past. So all of the bad karma for not going to his kid's funeral and all of that stuff, now Robert Plant holds the cards to whether Jimmy Page gets to play Led Zeppelin songs on stage with the band. And for the most part, Robert doesn't want to do it. He's moved on. He's got his own thing that he wants to pursue. He's like, I don't want to keep singing the songs I sang when I was 25.
Fair enough, I guess. But
I guess, and it's like you got enough money, you don't have to do it, right?
But man, how cool would that be?
You know what? It's not going to be as cool as you think. It's a great idea on paper, but the truth of the matter is, if they had to take 5 years to clean up those tapes, they're not going to be as good live every night as you want them to be.
That's a good point. I mean, but on the other hand, I saw the Rolling Stones when they were like ancient. It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
That's a different level of musicianship. That's a sloppier band by design. And I say this as one of the greatest Stones fans on the planet. I love them dearly. But what they're trying to do live has nothing to do with the level of excellence that Led Zeppelin is live.
That's absolutely true.
It's a much higher bar to deliver a Zeppelin show.
Now you say this, I think you're right. Yeah, because Plant will never sound the way he sounded on those early albums, especially.
Right, and neither will Jimmy, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's for the best ultimately.
I think it really is. He's like, the last thing you want to do is piss on your legacy by going out and when you can't do it anymore. They left everybody on a high with Celebration Day, right?
Yeah.
They came out and said, you know what? Even at this age, we're still better than almost everybody.
And that's true.
And it's like, leave it there and don't prove yourself wrong.
Yeah.
Don't go out and prove that no, we're schlocking our way through this now. It's not like they need the money, any of them. So leave your legacy intact. Leave it like the mystique that you created. That like even in 2007, Zeppelin in this state is still able to deliver a level of excitement that fans enjoy and love, rather than going out and not being able to cut it or having to fake it or whatever. And yeah, I think it was the right move, even though Jimmy would have done it in a heartbeat. But the last thing we heard from Jimmy musically was he got to, I guess, open and close the Peking Olympics.
He played guitar on like a big British bus.
Right. And he went out and played just him and his guitar. He flew over to China and did the Beijing Olympics, where he got up on during the ceremonies and played, I think, Whole Lotta Love.
Yeah, and which was cool, I guess.
It was really cool, definitely, and it was all on him, and it was a great honor for him, and I'm glad he did it. And it was really cool. But I mean, it's like, since then it has really been him curating the catalog and curating his books and his coffee table books and all of that. So we come to where we are now with Zeppelin and Jimmy Page, and it's an incredible legacy of music, an incredible legacy of rock history and stories and folklore, and above all of it, the music still stands tall and stands proud. What Jimmy created on guitar is uniquely his. There's never been anyone like him who's so unmistakable when you hear him play.
Yeah, you can hear his influence echo through everything that came after, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just a staggering amount of influence on every level, and it wouldn't be none of music would be the same if we hadn't had that. So after Jimmy Page put out like the box sets and stuff, he did go back again later on and remaster the whole catalog as albums: Led Zeppelin I, Led Zeppelin II. And each time he did that with both a remastered version of the regular album and then like alternate mixes, alternate takes, early takes, a companion album that had a bunch of other stuff that may be interesting to the people who are into the really gory details of those things beyond even what I am. And those things are out there too. They sound great, but I'm not so much into the alternate stuff. I mean, to me, it's just like, it's a curiosity for a moment, and then it's like once I've heard it once, I don't tend to ever listen to those things again myself personally. I'm more inclined to listen to the original album remastered than these alternate versions and things like that. So to me, that's never been that big a deal. Occasionally there'll be an outtake track, like on the second box set where he put out like Traveling Riverside Blues, which we hadn't heard before, and things like that. But I think by this point, he has pretty much combed all of the archives and put out everything he could possibly put out. He even put out like the Kenneth Anger soundtrack eventually a couple of years ago when he finally finished it.
Lucifer
Rising. Yeah, he finally put that out. I don't know who's buying it, but yeah, he finally did put that out. And so if there's anything left in the closets or old suitcases and stuff, Jimmy's going to find it and sell it. Yeah, every last scrap of thing. He's like Jimi Hendrix's dad. He's going to pick every bone clean and put everything out he can possibly put out. And most of that stuff for the most part is worth seeing and stuff. But I think he's scraping the barrel now.
So what can we close this truly epic podcast on? Because this second part is clocking in to close to 5 hours at this point.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been talking about Jimmy Page for the better part of a dozen hours now, just to get it covered and to, and glossing over some of the parts of this thing.
I'm sure there's going to be comments like, "Hey, you didn't talk about this."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And by the way, for all of those people who are going to comment, you didn't mention this. Oh, I like the firm, and I like this, and I like that, and you didn't. Yeah, well, that's why everybody's got an opinion, and that's fine. these opinions are mostly mine as an ardent Jimmy Page fan. And what I find musically valid may be different from what you find musically valid. But the man's career is achieved an enormous amount in 10 years, more than most people will achieve in 30 or 40 years. Okay.
Talking about Led Zeppelin now.
Yeah. The Led Zeppelin catalog alone, you're talking about 10 years really worth of music. And it's not that he didn't do greatness before that. It's not that he didn't do greatness after that. But the pinnacle of his career is this Led Zeppelin catalog of 10 years worth of music. And if he had never done anything else, that would have been enough.
Yeah, way more than enough.
Way more than enough. I mean, that changed history on so many levels and was responsible for hard and heavy rock as we know it in this day and age. And when it was in its halcyon days, in its prime, it's not so much in its prime anymore. But anytime we hear stuff like this, it still goes back to what Jimmy created and what Tony Iommi created and what Ritchie Blackmore created and those kinds of things. These are the foundational pillars of an entire genre of music that is both hard rock, heavy rock, early metal, and Guitar Hero rock. These are the templates that everybody would use moving forward past these guys. And no one casts a bigger shadow than Jimmy Page. Not even Hendrix. Hendrix cast a guitar shadow, but no one casts a bigger influence shadow than Jimmy Page. If you consider all aspects of what he achieved, both in and out of the studio, image-wise, sonic-wise.
He is the greatest of all time, in other words.
Well, I mean, you could make that case. I mean, he's certainly among the very greatest of all time from the stature point of view.
All right, well, I think we have said everything we can say about the man.
Yep.
Today and earlier this week, and it took us like 4 days to just record this.
Yeah, long live Led Zeppelin, long live Jimmy Page.
Yes.
And it's going to be an incredibly sad, hard, horrible day when he goes.
And I think that's a good note to end on.
Yep.
Thanks for listening, everybody, and thanks for doing this again, Dave. It was an honor and a pleasure, as always.
As always, I agree.
Yeah, it was all around wonderful, and everybody, start listening to Led Zeppelin if you haven't already.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Whew. All right, if you made it all the way to the end, that's commendable. It's a long listen. I hope you enjoyed it. It was quite a ride for us to record and to put together, and we really put everything in there that we had. And again, be sure to check out Dave's website. That's dinosaurrockguitar.com. Be sure to check out my website, where you can also find more background information on this episode and more show notes and information about everything we talk about, Diederik.blog. And also check out JDH Photography for ultra premium prints of beautiful landscapes to decorate your house with. And if you enjoyed this, be sure to also check out the episodes we did on Ritchie Blackmore from Rainbow and Deep Purple, and Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath. There's a good chance that you'll get a kick out of those episodes as well. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. Be sure to subscribe to the channel to don't miss future episodes. And give this episode a like, as it tells YouTube that you like this, and it'll get pushed to more people, and more Jimmy Page and Led Zeppelin fans get to enjoy this. And that's all there's to it for today. I wish you a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Tot ziens.